She froze mid-step, her heart hammering in a way it hadn't for decades. Across the park, by the old fountain where she had walked countless times, stood a man. He wasn't doing anything extraordinary, just tossing crumbs to a small flock of pigeons, but there was something in the way he moved, the tilt of his head as he watched the water ripple, that made her stop cold. For a fleeting second, Eleanor felt as if the air itself had shifted around him, charged with an energy she couldn't name. She blinked, convinced her imagination was playing tricks. After all, she was 67, a widow who had spent nearly 10 years learning to live without Harold, learning to accept the quiet that had settled over her life. And yet, there was a pull in her chest she couldn't ignore, a flutter that made her feel exposed, vulnerable, and alive all at once. Eleanor took a cautious step forward. The man looked up. Their eyes met, and in that instant something unspoken passed between them, a fleeting spark that sent shivers down her spine. She had no idea who he was. She had no idea why her chest ached at the sight of him, but she knew one thing with terrifying clarity. Her life, the carefully ordered life she had built in Harold's absence, was about to change. Before we continue, do let me know from where you are connected to me. I love knowing how far these stories travel. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe and press that bell icon so we keep connected. Now, let's get back to Eleanor's story. Eleanor took a deep breath and adjusted the scarf around her shoulders. She had walked this park hundreds of times, yet today every detail seemed sharper, more vibrant. The crisp autumn air carried the faint scent of damp leaves, fresh earth, and baked bread from the corner bakery. Children's laughter echoed faintly from the nearby school playground, and the distant hum of traffic threaded through the park. Every sound, every rustle, felt amplified, as though the world had suddenly turned up the volume on her life. The man remained at the fountain, tossing crumbs methodically. The pigeons coalesced around his feet in a flurry of feathers, their soft coos blending with the sound of trickling water. Eleanor found herself slowing her pace, drawn inexplicably to him. Her heart thumped in a rhythm that startled her, half anticipation, half fear. It was a sensation she thought she'd forgotten, buried beneath years of routine and resignation. Why now, she wondered. Why at 67? She had lived a long life filled with love, loss, and quiet acceptance. Harold had been her anchor, her constant, the one man she had given everything to. She had mourned him deeply, carving out a life of peaceful solitude. And now, standing on this familiar park path, she felt something stirring, something that terrified and thrilled her in equal measure. Memories of Harold rose unbidden. She remembered the early mornings when he would insist on walking with her through this very park, his hand warm around hers, pointing out the small wonders, tiny bird nests tucked in branches, the way sunlight caught the fountain's ripples, the subtle change of leaves with each season. She remembered his laugh, rich, deep, comforting, and how it had always made her feel invincible, as though nothing could touch them as long as they were together. The contrast to what followed his death was sharp and painful. The house felt too large, too silent. Her children had grown, busy with their own lives and families, leaving Eleanor to navigate the world alone. Though she had found contentment in books, afternoon tea, and long solitary walks, there had been a dull ache, a longing for something undefined, for a spark she didn't expect to feel again. And now, standing in the crisp morning air, she realized that spark might just be awakening. As she walked further along the winding paths, Eleanor passed familiar faces that anchored her to this community. Mrs. Thompson, the cafe owner, waved enthusiastically from her shop window. "Good morning, Eleanor. Out for your morning walk again." "Good morning, Mrs. Thompson." Eleanor replied, smiling warmly. Yes, just enjoying the morning. Mrs. Thompson's eyes twinkled knowingly. You're smiling differently these days. Something in the air, I bet. Eleanor laughed lightly, though a faint warmth crept up her neck. Perhaps Mrs. Thompson had sensed it, the subtle shift, the stirring of life that had lain dormant too long. A few steps further, Mr. Carmichael, her elderly neighbor, tended lovingly to his prize roses. "Morning, Eleanor. Beautiful day, isn't it?" he called out, his weathered hands carefully pruning the delicate blooms. "Yes, it's lovely," Eleanor said, pausing to admire his work. "Do you ever think life surprises us, Mr. Carmichael, at our age?" He chuckled, straightening with a slight groan. "At our age? Life's full of surprises, Eleanor. Don't ever think it's too late to see something new. The heart doesn't retire just because the body slows down." His words settled in my mind like seeds in fertile soil. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps it wasn't too late to experience something extraordinary. Perhaps the world was ready to remind her that life wasn't done with her yet, that there were still chapters to be written, moments to be savored, connections to be made. By the time Eleanor returned home, her children were awake and bustling about. Lily was in the kitchen, preparing breakfast with characteristic energy, flour dusting her hands and a smudge on her cheek. Mark sat at the table, scrolling through his phone with the distracted attention of someone only half present. "Mom, you're home early," Lily said, peering at her mother over the counter. "Everything okay?" Eleanor smiled, hanging her coat carefully on the hook. "Yes, just a walk. The air was refreshing this morning, clearer somehow." Mark looked up from his phone, a small smirk playing on his lips. "Mom, you look different. Something in your eyes. Did you meet someone?" Eleanor laughed nervously, shaking her head. "Don't be ridiculous, Mark. It was just a walk." But Lily exchanged a knowing glance with her brother, her expression softening. "Mom, if there's someone new in your life, we just want you to be happy. Really. You deserve that." Her heart warmed at their words, at the love and acceptance radiating from them. Perhaps it was time to acknowledge that the heart, even at 67, could still surprise her. Perhaps life was offering her something she had thought forever lost. That evening, Eleanor sat by the window, watching the golden glow of sunset reflect off the autumn leaves outside. Her mind kept returning to the stranger by the fountain, the way he moved, the quiet intensity of his presence, the inexplicable pull she had felt. A thrill coursed through her, a nervous anticipation she hadn't experienced in years. Then her phone vibrated quietly on the table. She picked it up, hands trembling slightly. On the screen was an unknown number and a single message that made her breath catch in her throat. "Meet me at the cafe tomorrow morning. There's something I want to tell you." Her pulse quickened. She didn't know who had sent it. She didn't know what awaited her. All she knew was that life, which had felt so predictable for so long, had just shifted beneath her feet, and she wouldn't turn away. Eleanor woke before dawn the next morning. The sunlight had not yet crept over the rooftops, but she felt an inexplicable restlessness pulling her from bed. She dressed in the soft gray cardigan Harold had once admired, paired with a simple skirt, and smoothed her hair with care. It wasn't vanity that drove her. It was anticipation. Her pulse quickened at the thought of the cafe, of the man by the fountain, and the mysterious message she had received. Her breakfast was hurried, though Lily fussed with the tea, placing it gently on the tray. "Mom, you're awfully quiet this morning," Lily said, eyes narrowing slightly, sensing the tension beneath her mother's composed exterior. "I'm fine," Eleanor replied softly, avoiding her daughter's probing gaze. She did not want to explain the fluttering in her chest, the nervous anticipation, the absurd hope that perhaps life had another surprise for her. Lily looked at her with a mixture of curiosity and concern, but Eleanor kissed her cheek and left the house before questions could multiply. The streets were alive with morning activity. Shopkeepers unlocked their doors, children's voices echoed along the sidewalks, and the smell of fresh bread and coffee wafted invitingly from the bakery. Eleanor's heart beat steadily, yet faster than it should for a woman of her years. She tried to steady herself with deep breaths, reminding herself she had faced life's challenges before: loss, grief, the empty years after Harold's death, but today felt different. Today carried a tension she could not name, a promise of something yet undefined. As she approached the cafe, she noticed him immediately, seated outside at a small, round table. The autumn sun caught the salt and pepper of his hair, and he looked up at her as if he had been waiting, expecting her. Eleanor paused, unsure whether to advance or retreat, but something within her, the same pulse that had stopped her mid-step at the fountain, urged her forward. He rose as she approached, offering a small, tentative smile. "Eleanor Hayes?" he asked, his voice calm, warm, and strangely familiar in its reassurance. "Yes," she replied, startled that he knew her name. You sent the message?" He nodded. "Yes, I hope I'm not imposing, but there's something I feel you should know, something important." Eleanor felt her chest tighten, uncertainty mingling with curiosity. She nodded slowly, trying to steady her voice. Okay. Please, sit down." They both settled at the table. Eleanor fidgeted with her hands, smoothing the folds of her skirt. He studied her quietly, giving her the space to speak first, to set the pace of this unexpected encounter. "What brings you to the park?" she asked, forcing casualness into her tone, though her heart raced beneath the surface. He smiled faintly, his expression thoughtful. "The same as you, I imagine. A little quiet, a little fresh air, and maybe a bit of escape from routine. Sometimes we need to step outside our everyday lives to see what we've been missing." She nodded, understanding the sentiment all too well. Routine had defined her life for years, the slow rhythm of days, punctuated by chores, tea, and walks. And yet with him sitting there, even the simplest words carried unexpected weight. "I saw you yesterday," she said cautiously, "by the fountain. I wasn't expecting anyone, really, but there was something about the way you stood there, the way you moved. It caught my attention." He chuckled softly, a warm sound that eased some of her tension. "I suppose I wasn't expecting to see someone like you, either. Someone who notices the little things, who moves through the world carefully yet fully. It's rare, Eleanor, and it's magnetic." Eleanor's cheeks warmed at his words. His observation was precise, not flattering for flattery's sake, but genuine. And in that genuineness, she felt an odd pull, a curiosity that stirred something long dormant in her chest, something she had thought buried with Harold. Before you continue with this beautiful journey, I'd love it if you could hit that like button and share this story with someone who believes in second chances. Your support means the world to me and helps these stories reach more hearts. As if on cue, Eleanor's old friend Margaret appeared, waving energetically from across the street. "Eleanor, I thought I'd find you here," she called, her spirited energy unmistakable. Margaret, a woman in her late 60s with sharp wit and a love of good gossip, hurried over with obvious curiosity lighting her eyes. Eleanor felt a pang of both relief and anxiety. Margaret had known her since girlhood. She had witnessed Eleanor's love for Harold, her grief after his passing, and the quiet rebuilding of her life. Margaret's presence was grounding, yet potentially exposing. "Oh, Margaret," Eleanor said, smiling nervously. "This is someone I met yesterday." She gestured to the man, who offered a polite nod and warm smile. Margaret's eyes sparkled with uncontained curiosity. "Well, well! Someone new in your life, Eleanor? You must tell me everything." Eleanor laughed softly, shaking her head. "It's nothing yet, Margaret. Just a conversation. I didn't even know his name until now." Margaret raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, and took the seat across from them without invitation. "You never could hide things from me, Eleanor. Something's different about you. I can feel it. There's a lightness, a spark. It suits you." The man smiled faintly at Margaret, but did not speak, allowing Eleanor to navigate the moment. She felt a strange protective instinct stir within her, not just for herself, but for the fragile beginning of whatever this might be. As they talked, Eleanor noticed the little things, the way his hands moved, relaxed and deliberate, the slight tilt of his head when he listened, the quiet intensity in his gaze. Nothing overt, nothing dramatic, yet everything felt deliberate, purposeful, and for reasons she could not name, magnetic. She remembered Harold's presence, the easy confidence, the warmth of his hands, the security of his love. But there was no comparison here, no shadow being cast over this moment. This was entirely new, entirely separate, and the realization both thrilled and frightened her. Margaret, perceptive as ever, leaned closer and whispered, "Careful, Eleanor. You've been alone for a long time. Don't let your heart surprise you without warning. Guard it, but don't lock it away." Eleanor smiled, feeling the fluttering that Margaret could not see, the nervous excitement building beneath her composed exterior. "I'm not sure if it's my heart, Margaret, or something else entirely, but whatever it is, I want to understand it." The waiter brought their coffee, and the man thanked him with a quiet nod. Eleanor sipped hers slowly, the warmth spreading through her chest, mingling with the strange electricity of anticipation. Their conversation flowed cautiously. He spoke of books he loved, music that had shaped him, small observations of the town. Eleanor shared stories of her children, her home, and the walks she enjoyed in the park. Through it all, there was no rush, no pressure, just a rhythm that felt natural, yet charged with possibility. Eleanor's pulse thrummed in her ears. Every glance, every carefully measured word seemed to pull her further into a world she had long thought closed to her. A world where connection, affection, and perhaps even love could bloom again. As the morning waned, he leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking with hers, holding her gaze with gentle intensity. "There's something I feel you should know," he said, his tone both gentle and urgent, "but I want to tell you properly, not over coffee, not with anyone watching. Will you meet me tomorrow? Same time, same place?" Eleanor felt her breath catch, her mind racing with a swirl of anticipation, fear, and impossible curiosity. She nodded slowly, almost involuntarily, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes, I'll be here." Margaret, oblivious to the charged undercurrent between them, clapped her hands lightly with enthusiasm. "Well, this is going to be interesting, Eleanor. You've caught my curiosity completely." As Eleanor walked home later, the crisp autumn air brushing her face, she could not stop thinking about the man, about the message, about the strange flutter in her chest that refused to quiet. Life, she realized with a start, had shifted once more, and she wasn't sure if she was ready or willing to turn away from what might unfold next. Eleanor couldn't sleep that night. She lay in her bed, the soft hum of the city outside her window blending with the distant calls of nocturnal birds, but her mind refused to rest. She turned the events of the day over and over, replaying every glance, every word, every fleeting moment at the fountain and the cafe. That single encounter had left a strange, insistent pulse in her chest, as though her body were trying to remind her that life had more to offer, even now. She thought of the man, how he had looked at her, calm yet intensely present, as if he understood something about her that she herself had long forgotten. He had known her name, known enough to send a message, and had requested another meeting. Eleanor's heart thumped at the memory, a combination of fear, excitement, and impossible curiosity. Was it ridiculous to feel so drawn to a stranger? She told herself it was, and yet the thought of him brought warmth to the cold edges of her loneliness. She rose quietly from her bed, careful not to disturb the faint breathing of her children in the rooms down the hall. The house was silent, every creak of the floorboards magnified in the stillness. Eleanor walked to the window, pulling aside the curtain to look out at the moonlit streets. The shadows of the trees swayed gently in the night wind, and the fountain in the park shimmered faintly in the silver glow. She imagined him there, tossing crumbs to the pigeons, his presence calm, yet somehow magnetic. The thought made her pulse quicken again. Her mind wandered back to Harold, and she shook it away quickly. She didn't want to think of him tonight, not because she didn't love him, but because this, whatever this was, felt entirely different. Harold had been her love, her anchor, her life partner, but this new connection was uncharted territory, a landscape she had never expected to traverse again. Eleanor could feel it in her bones. This was new, unexpected, and entirely hers to explore. The room felt too quiet, too small, so she left the window and padded softly into the living room. The old sofa, the familiar rug, the photos of her children growing up, all of it felt comforting, yet somehow inadequate tonight. Something had shifted within her. She needed to understand it, to face it head on, not bury it under routine and old habits. She poured herself a cup of tea and carried it to the armchair by the fireplace. The heat was soothing, but her mind remained restless, alive with possibility. She recalled the way he had spoken at the cafe, not too much, not too little, just enough to spark curiosity and leave her wanting more. He hadn't been pushy or invasive. He had listened, observed, and smiled in all the right moments. That kind of attention was rare, precious even. She had been alone long enough to forget how it felt to be truly noticed, truly seen. And tonight, that feeling haunted her, lingering in the quiet corners of her mind like a beautiful, persistent melody. Her thoughts kept returning to Margaret's teasing words. Eleanor had always cherished her friend's blunt honesty, but tonight they struck a chord she wasn't ready to confront. Was it foolish, she wondered, to feel this pull towards someone she had barely known for 24 hours? Yet every part of her body, every whisper of instinct, insisted that she follow it, that she explore this curious, unexpected sensation. The clock ticked steadily, yet time seemed suspended. Eleanor sipped her tea slowly, each swallow mingling with a flurry of thoughts. What did he want to tell her tomorrow? Why had he chosen her, of all people, to approach? Questions swirled in her mind, none with answers she could reach. And yet she didn't feel anxious. She felt alive, alive in a way she hadn't felt since Harold's passing, alive in a way that frightened her, thrilled her, and beckoned her to step forward into the unknown. She thought of her children, Lily and Mark, and wondered what they would say if they knew the truth, if they knew that Eleanor Hayes, their mother, was on the precipice of something unexpected, something that might change her life completely. She smiled at the thought, They had always wanted her to be happy, and perhaps this was the universe giving her a second chance, a gift she had never anticipated. If you're enjoying Eleanor's journey and want to see where her courage takes her next, don't forget to subscribe to Voices of Auntie Sephora. Hit that notification bell so you never miss a moment of these heartfelt stories. Eleanor's mind wandered to the possibilities that tomorrow might bring. Maybe he was someone who could understand her solitude, someone who could share her quiet moments, her simple joys, and her simple routines. Perhaps he was a companion, a friend, or even something more. But the thought of more made her pulse flutter in ways she hadn't experienced in decades. It was thrilling and terrifying all at once, a beautiful contradiction she could not unravel. She set her cup aside, the warmth lingering in her hands. Eleanor realized that she didn't want to sleep, not yet. She wanted to think, to feel, to anticipate. She wanted to be ready for whatever tomorrow might bring. The rest of the world, her past grief, the empty years, they all faded into the background. All that mattered was the man at the fountain, the message, and the mystery that awaited her. Her mind replayed the tiny gestures of the day, the way he had tilted his head when listening, the subtle curve of his lips when he smiled, the calm intensity in his eyes. Each memory was a spark, igniting something dormant, something long forgotten. She felt a stirring in her chest that she hadn't felt since youth, since first love, since the days when every glance from Harold had sent her heart racing. And yet this was different. This was no echo of the past. This was entirely new, entirely unexpected, and entirely hers to explore. Hours passed unnoticed. Eleanor moved from the armchair to the window, back to the sofa, unable to settle. She found herself rehearsing what she might say, imagining the conversation that would unfold at the cafe. Every possible scenario played in her mind, and yet none of them captured the true magic of uncertainty, the thrill of the unknown, the tension of a story yet unwritten.
Shaking off the reverie, Eleanor rose slowly. She dressed deliberately, choosing a muted lavender blouse that softened her features, paired with a flowing skirt that swayed lightly with her movements. She smoothed her hair, tucking a loose strand behind her ear, and allowed herself a small, shy smile in the mirror. There were lines etched by decades of life, yes, but there was also a quiet vitality, a spark she hadn't realized was still there. Today, she thought, she would step out not just into the street, but into something new, something unknown. Downstairs, the kitchen was alive with sound. Lily, her eldest, bustled about, flour dusting her hands and cheeks as she moved between counter and stove. Mark, her son, sat at the table, scrolling on his phone, half listening to Lily's commentary on his domestic laziness. "Mom?" Lily said suddenly, glancing at Eleanor with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "You seem different this morning. Everything okay?" Finally, the first light of dawn crept through the curtains, painting the room in soft shades of gold and amber. Eleanor sat quietly, feeling the quiet stirrings of anticipation settle into her bones. She knew that whatever awaited her today would be the start of something significant, something that might reshape the rest of her days. And for the first time in a long time, she felt a sense of excitement, a spark of life that refused to be ignored. She rose slowly, preparing herself for the day ahead. Her heart beat with a rhythm both familiar and foreign, the rhythm of hope, of curiosity, of a woman who had decided to embrace whatever life was offering her, no matter how unexpected or uncertain it might be. Eleanor dressed with care, choosing a soft blouse that brought out the warmth in her eyes. She smoothed her hair, applied a touch of lipstick, and looked at herself in the mirror. The woman staring back at her was not the same woman who had walked through the park yesterday. There was a brightness in her eyes, a subtle confidence in her posture. She was ready to step into the unknown, ready to discover what awaited her, ready to allow her heart to open once more. As she left the house, the morning air greeted her with a crisp freshness that invigorated her senses. The streets were beginning to wake, the world slowly coming alive with the promise of a new day. Eleanor walked with purpose, each step carrying her closer to the cafe, closer to him, closer to whatever revelation awaited her. Her heart fluttered with anticipation, but beneath it lay a quiet strength, the strength of a woman who had loved deeply, lost profoundly, and was now brave enough to open her heart again. Whatever happened next, Eleanor knew she would face it with courage, honesty, and an openness to the possibilities that life still held. Eleanor woke to the soft brushing of sunlight against her cheek, golden stripes spilling across the worn wooden floorboards. For a moment, she just lay there, listening. The distant hum of the city outside, the faint cooing of pigeons in the park, the subtle creak of the old house settling. Mornings had always been quiet since Harold's passing, filled with ritual but lacking surprise. Yet today there was a peculiar tension in the air, a flutter in her chest she hadn't felt in decades, like the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. She lay there a while, letting the sensation grow, letting it seep into her bones. Eleanor traced the embroidered bedspread with her fingertips, patterns her mother had sewn long ago, delicate flowers that had survived decades of wear. She closed her eyes and let herself drift into memory for a heartbeat. Remembering Harold, his laugh, the way his hand would find hers in the early morning light. A pang of sorrow brushed her chest, but it wasn't sharp. It was soft, like the echo of a song she once loved, a melody that still lingered in the quiet corners of her heart. Eleanor smiled, a warmth rising in her chest. Just thinking, my dear, thinking about everything. Mark looked up, brow raised, a teasing smile tugging at his lips. Everything? You sound excited? Meeting someone? Eleanor laughed softly, a sound she realized she had almost forgotten she could make. Perhaps, or perhaps the world has decided to surprise me again. Lily and Mark exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Both wanted their mother to find happiness again, yet neither wanted to press too hard. Eleanor felt a gentle swell of affection. Even now, after all these years, their subtle approval still mattered deeply. She prepared a simple breakfast, though she barely ate. She sipped her tea slowly, letting the warmth fill her chest, mingling with the strange fluttering that had woken her. She remembered mornings with Harold, the quiet rituals they had shared, the comfort of his hand brushing hers as they sipped their coffee and shared soft smiles. The memory was sweet, but today it served as a reminder that life still had room for the unexpected, for new experiences, for emotions she thought had been locked away forever. Stepping outside, Eleanor inhaled deeply. The air was crisp, tinged with the scent of damp earth from the garden, mixed with the faint aroma of baking bread from the nearby bakery. The street was waking, shopkeepers unlocking doors, children darting across sidewalks, laughter echoing in the early light. Pigeons flapped around the fountain ahead, cooing softly, oblivious to the world rushing past them. Eleanor's heartbeat quickened, each step deliberate, carrying her toward the unknown. She rounded the corner and saw him. The man was seated at their usual table near the fountain, hands wrapped around a steaming cup of coffee, eyes observing the world with calm, almost deliberate attention. He looked up as she approached, and Eleanor felt a sudden, disorienting rush of recognition, a pull in her chest she hadn't felt since youth, since before life became a series of measured routines and responsibilities. "Good morning, Eleanor," he said, voice low and steady, carrying a depth she hadn't expected. There was no pretense, no charm, only presence. "Good morning," she replied, settling into the chair across from him. Her hands rested lightly on the table, trembling slightly. For a moment, they simply looked at each other,
absorbing the weight of the quiet, the world around them, and the strange sense of inevitability that hovered in the air. He smiled faintly, a gesture that made Eleanor's chest tighten with an unfamiliar energy. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he admitted. "I wasn't sure either," she said softly, a small smile tugging at her lips. "But curiosity and perhaps something else brought me here." He chuckled, a low, musical sound. "Something else, huh? I think I know what that is." Her cheeks warmed, but she let the smile stay. "You think?" "Yes," he said simply. "Life has a way of nudging us. Sometimes we resist, sometimes we surrender, and sometimes," his voice grew softer, almost intimate, "sometimes the heart has room for surprises even when we think it's full." Eleanor felt a shiver, recognition deep in her chest. For decades, she had thought her heart's capacity had been defined by Harold's absence, by long years of structured grief. And yet now here it was, stirring again, awakening in her a sensation she had almost forgotten: excitement, anticipation, possibility. Before we continue with Eleanor's unfolding story, I'd love to hear from you in the comments. Have you ever experienced a moment that changed everything? Share your thoughts below and let's connect through these shared human experiences. They began to talk, at first cautiously, then with a gentle ease that surprised Eleanor. He spoke of books he loved, quiet places he had explored, music that lingered in memory. She shared her own stories, walks she took alone, small joys discovered in routines, the children growing up, the memories that had shaped her. Each sentence built a bridge between them, subtle but strong, threaded with emotion and curiosity. The city around them seemed to pulse in quiet agreement, alive with small details. The way sunlight danced on the fountain water, the gentle rustle of leaves, children's laughter in the distance, the distant clatter of a bicycle bell. Eleanor noticed it all, soaking it in, aware that she was living this morning with a clarity she hadn't felt in years. Margaret appeared then, waving energetically from across the street. Eleanor waved back, and Margaret sauntered over, radiating energy and curiosity. "Morning, Eleanor. I had to see how my favorite widow is today." Eleanor laughed, a light and warm. "Well, Margaret, the morning has been intriguing. Care to elaborate?" Margaret's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Not yet," Eleanor replied, smiling. "Some stories unfold in their own time." Margaret chuckled knowingly, gave a wink, and left with a wave, leaving Eleanor and the man in their quiet orbit. They talked until the sun climbed higher, the city awakening fully. Eleanor felt lighter, sharper, alive. A sensation she hadn't experienced in decades surged through her. Her heart, long quiet, now thrummed with possibility. Before parting, he leaned forward slightly. "Tomorrow, same time?" he asked, gaze intent. Eleanor nodded, her pulse quickening. "Yes, tomorrow." Walking home, the air crisp and fragrant, Eleanor realized something profound. At 67, life still had surprises to offer. The heart could still awaken. The world could still pull her into a story she hadn't anticipated, one that was hers alone to live. Her phone buzzed as she reached her front door. A message from him. "Thank you for this morning. You've reminded me that connection can be found in the most unexpected places. Until tomorrow." Eleanor smiled, tucking the phone away, feeling a warmth spread through her chest that had nothing to do with the autumn sun. She stepped inside, greeted by the familiar comforts of home, but everything felt different now, brighter, fuller, charged with promise. Lily looked up from her book. "Mom, you're glowing." Eleanor laughed softly. "Am I?" "Yes," Mark added, appearing from the hallway. Whatever happened this morning, it suits you." Eleanor's heart swelled. "Life surprised me today," she said simply, "and I think I'm ready to see where it leads." Eleanor walked the familiar path back home, yet nothing felt familiar. Every cobblestone, every rustling leaf seemed to carry a whisper of possibility. The city around her moved with the rhythm of routine, but inside Eleanor, a quiet storm had begun. Her thoughts bounced between caution and exhilaration, between the memory of Harold and the unexpected presence of this man whose name she still only half knew. As she reached the corner bakery, the smell of fresh bread made her pause. She remembered how she used to bring Harold here on lazy Saturday mornings, his laughter echoing in her ears as they argued playfully over which pastries to pick. Eleanor shook her head, a soft smile tugging at her lips. Those mornings were gone, she reminded herself, yet the warmth of the memory only made the excitement in her chest more vivid. She passed a group of schoolchildren, their voices carrying in a bright, unrestrained chorus. One of the boys tripped, laughing as he scrambled up, and Eleanor found herself smiling, a little light spilling over her heart. She realized that for the first time in years, she was noticing life, not merely passing through it. Every sound, every motion seemed sharper, more alive. Her home came into view, the old brick walls familiar and comforting. Yet she hesitated at the door, hand resting lightly on the knob. Could she step back into the routines of home while her heart wandered into uncharted territory? Could she share her morning, or would that be premature, even foolish? Inside, Lily was tending the potted plants by the window, watering each carefully, her expression thoughtful. "Mom, you're quieter than usual. Did something happen this morning?" Eleanor felt a flicker of warmth. Her daughter's concern was comforting, grounding her in reality. "Just thinking, Lily, about mornings, about life, about how sometimes we discover things we never expected." Lily glanced at her, suspicion and hope mingling in her eyes. "Are you seeing someone?" Eleanor chuckled softly. "Perhaps, but not in the way you might imagine. Life has a way of surprising us, my dear, sometimes even at 67. Mark appeared then, his phone forgotten, curiosity flaring across his face. "Mom, don't tell me you're falling for someone at your age." Eleanor smiled widen. Age is just a number, Mark, and sometimes the heart doesn't pay attention to numbers. They shared breakfast, though Eleanor barely ate. Instead, she talked, letting the words spill in a soft cadence about the cafe, the morning air, the man, without revealing too much, savoring the mixture of excitement and discretion. Lily's eyes sparkled with cautious delight, Mark's amusement softening into genuine curiosity. After breakfast, Eleanor settled into her favorite armchair by the window, a cup of tea in hand. She gazed out at the garden, letting her mind wander. She thought of Harold, not with sorrow, but with gratitude. He had been her first love, her constant companion, her partner in every adventure of life. Yet Harold was gone, and life, in its relentless motion, had placed someone new in her path. She remembered Margaret's words from yesterday. "Careful, Eleanor. You've been alone for so long." But Eleanor felt a quiet defiance stir within her. Why should she not embrace this new possibility? Why should grief dictate the bounds of her heart forever? The afternoon passed in gentle reflection. She tended her small herb garden, noticing the green shoots of basil and mint as if for the first time. The breeze carried a faint scent of roses from the neighbor's yard. Each moment felt amplified, vibrant, alive. Eleanor realized she had been living in muted tones for years, and now color had returned, rich, unexpected, and exhilarating. As the sun began to lower in the sky, Eleanor prepared to return to the cafe. The walk this time felt charged with anticipation. She noticed the way the light reflected on the fountain water, the way shadows stretched across the cobblestones. Each step felt deliberate, each breath infused with expectation. If Eleanor's journey is resonating with you, please take a moment to like this video and share it with someone who might need a reminder that it's never too late for love. Your support keeps these stories alive. He was waiting, as if he'd known she would come. Eleanor's heart skipped. He rose slightly as she approached, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Good afternoon," he said, voice calm, yet carrying the undercurrent of excitement Eleanor felt mirrored in her own chest. "Good afternoon," she replied, settling into the chair across from him. They spoke of trivial things first, the aroma of freshly baked bread from a nearby stall, the laughter of children playing in the distance, the way the fountain shimmered in the sunlight. Yet, even in these simple exchanges, Eleanor felt the connection deepening. Every glance, every shared smile carried weight. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he said after a pause, his gaze steady. "I told you, life sometimes surprises us." He leaned back slightly, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Do you ever feel like life is offering you a second chance? Not just at love, but at being fully alive?" Eleanor considered this. Her entire existence had been framed by responsibility, by loss, by decades of routine. And yet here she was, feeling the possibility of life again, feeling her heart stir with excitement and curiosity. "I think," she said slowly, "I am beginning to understand what that means." Their conversation deepened, shifting from the mundane to the intimate. Eleanor shared memories of her children growing up, of quiet evenings with Harold, of walks through gardens and parks. He shared stories of his own life, of loves lost, of quiet passions discovered and abandoned, of the simple joys that sustained him. Eleanor felt herself opening in ways she hadn't in years. Each story, each shared laugh, each thoughtful pause built a bridge between them. She realized that love was not merely about grand gestures or youth, but about presence, about attention, about the willingness to see another human being fully, without pretense. Margaret passed by again, waving enthusiastically. Eleanor waved back, smiling at the friend's persistent curiosity. "You're glowing, Eleanor," Margaret called out before continuing down the street. Eleanor felt a blush rise to her cheeks, but she laughed softly, the sound mingling with the murmur of the fountain and the city around them. As the afternoon light began to fade, Eleanor felt the weight of the moment settle over her. She knew she would return home soon, that her children would ask questions, that the day would resume its normal rhythm. And yet, she also knew that something profound had begun, something that would change the landscape of her heart. Before parting, he leaned forward slightly. "Tomorrow, same time?" he asked, gaze intent, as if reading her unspoken thoughts. "Yes, tomorrow." The walk home felt different, lighter, yet charged with energy. Eleanor noticed the small details, the way sunlight reflected on the windows of the shops, the laughter of children echoing from the park.
the scent of blooming flowers drifting from a neighbor's yard. Life had returned its richness, and Eleanor felt herself awakening to it fully. She entered her home, greeted by Lily and Mark, who immediately noticed a difference in her demeanor. Lily tilted her head, eyes sparkling. "Mom, you seem different," she said softly.
Eleanor smiled, warmth radiating from her. "Perhaps I am. Life sometimes brings surprises when you least expect them." Mark grinned, half teasing, half serious. "I can see that. Don't keep secrets from us, Mom." Eleanor laughed softly, a sound filled with joy and possibility. "Not secrets," she said. "Just beginnings." As she settled by the window later, watching the last light fade from the sky, Eleanor allowed herself a moment of reflection. She thought of Harold, of the life they had shared, of the grief that had settled in her bones, and she realized that honoring the past did not mean denying the present, that loving once did not prevent her from loving again. Her heart, long dormant, had begun to stir. A story was unfolding, delicate and fragile, yet full of possibility. Eleanor understood, with the clarity that startled her, that at 67 life was far from over, and that sometimes the heart found its way when least expected, in quiet moments, in the shared gaze across a fountain, and the warmth of a conversation that seemed to last an eternity. The evening settled over the city like a velvet blanket, soft and mysterious. Eleanor lingered by the window, her thoughts weaving between what had just transpired at the cafe and the memories that hovered quietly in the corners of her mind. She traced the rim of her teacup, feeling the warmth seep into her fingers, grounding her even as her heart raced with anticipation. Every glance at the fading sunlight felt like a reminder that life was still moving forward, that moments of magic could appear when she least expected them. The children's laughter drifted from the living room. Lily and Mark were playing a game with a board Eleanor had forgotten existed, rolling dice and teasing one another, their voices full of life and energy. She watched them for a while, marveling at the fact that the world continued in its rhythm, even as hers was shifting subtly, irrevocably. For decades, her life had been measured by routine: meals, chores, caring for her children, memories of Harold. And now something new had stirred, something that made each heartbeat feel like an invitation. The man, his name she still only half knew, though she had learned enough to call him confidently, occupied her thoughts. The way he had smiled, the careful attention in his gaze, the way he seemed to listen not just with his ears, but with his whole being. Eleanor realized that this was what she had missed most in her years of widowhood, the sense of being seen, truly seen, by someone else. She thought of Harold, of course, and her heart ached momentarily at the memory of his laugh, his reassuring presence. But the ache was gentle, almost sweet, a reminder of the love she had experienced, not a shadow over the new feelings emerging. Eleanor understood now that grief and desire could coexist, that the heart could hold more than one story, and that life often demanded courage in its quietest forms. The next morning, Eleanor awoke with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. She dressed carefully, choosing a soft green blouse that complemented the color of her eyes and a skirt that moved freely as she walked. She smoothed her hair and paused in the mirror, meeting her own gaze. There was something in her expression, a subtle defiance, a quiet thrill that had not been there the day before. Today, she realized, she was stepping into the unknown, and the unknown felt astonishingly alive. As she stepped onto the street, Eleanor noticed the small details she had almost forgotten:
The way the wind carried the scent of freshly cut grass, the hum of distant traffic, the flutter of leaves against the pavement. Life was vibrant, and she felt herself attuned to it, a participant rather than a spectator. She approached the cafe with a sense of purpose, each step deliberate, each breath full of anticipation. He was already there, seated at their usual table, the early morning light reflecting in his eyes. Eleanor felt a rush of emotion, a heady mixture of curiosity, desire, and the faintest tremor of fear. This was new territory for her, a place where her heart could wander freely, and she was not entirely sure she wanted to return. "Good morning," he said, his voice carrying the same calm assurance that had drawn her in yesterday. "Good morning," Eleanor replied, sliding into the chair across from him. She felt the warmth of his presence immediately, a grounding yet exhilarating sensation. They spoke first of mundane things, the weather, the changing colors of the trees, the aroma of pastries drifting from the nearby bakery. But soon their conversation deepened. Eleanor found herself sharing stories she had not told anyone in years about her childhood, her adventures with Harold, the quiet joys of raising her children. He listened, fully attentive, asking questions that drew her out, encouraging her to explore the parts of herself she had long forgotten. "You have a remarkable way of seeing the world," he said, leaning back slightly, eyes thoughtful. "It's rare to meet someone who notices the small things, who appreciates the quiet moments." Eleanor felt a warmth spread through her chest. "I suppose it comes from years of observing, of cherishing what I have, and perhaps from a lifetime of knowing loss, which makes the present moments even more precious." Their conversation flowed seamlessly, a river of shared stories, laughter, and gentle confessions. Eleanor felt her heart opening, the barriers she had built around it for decades, softening, dissolving, in the presence of someone who seemed to understand without judgment, who encouraged her to explore the parts of herself she had almost forgotten. Margaret appeared again, this time carrying a small bouquet of wildflowers. "Morning, Eleanor," she called, waving enthusiastically. "You seem different, brighter." Eleanor smiled, feeling the flush rise to her cheeks. "Good morning, Margaret. I suppose life has a way of changing things when we least expect them." Margaret's eyes twinkled knowingly. "I do hope it's something wonderful. You deserve it, Eleanor."
As Margaret walked away, Eleanor turned her attention back to the man across from her. There was a pause, a moment of silence that felt charged with unspoken understanding. Eleanor realized that this connection, fragile and new, was both thrilling and terrifying. She had loved deeply before, and she knew the risks of opening her heart again, yet the pull was undeniable, irresistible, a force that demanded attention. "You make mornings feel different," she admitted softly. He smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "And you make afternoons feel alive." Eleanor's heart skipped, a subtle tremor of emotion coursing through her. She knew that this was more than simple companionship, more than polite conversation. This was the stirring of a possibility she had not dared to imagine, the awakening of a heart she had thought dormant. Before we move forward with Eleanor's beautiful journey, let me ask you, what keeps you coming back to these stories? Drop a comment below and let me know what touches your heart. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do so now. Your support means everything. As the day progressed, Eleanor found herself reluctant to leave, caught in the web of conversation, laughter, and quiet connection. She noticed small details about him, the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed, the gentleness of his hands as he sipped his coffee, the thoughtfulness behind each word he spoke. Every gesture, every glance felt meaningful, imbued with a depth that stirred her in ways she hadn't experienced in decades. Eventually, the afternoon began to wane, and Eleanor knew she must return home. The walk back was contemplative, each step measured, each breath carrying the echoes of their conversation. She realized how much life had changed in a matter of hours, how swiftly the heart could awaken, and how fragile yet exhilarating the beginnings of love could be. When she arrived home, Lily and Mark immediately sensed the change in her demeanor. "Mom," Lily said softly, eyes wide, "you look happy, really happy." Eleanor smiled, warmth radiating from her. "I am," she admitted. "Life has a way of surprising us, and sometimes those surprises come in the form of new beginnings." Mark grinned, curiosity and amusement mingling in his expression. "Well, I suppose we'll have to see how this story unfolds." Eleanor laughed softly, a sound filled with hope and anticipation. She realized that life was still full of possibility, that the heart could still discover joy, and that love, unexpected, surprising, and thrilling, could appear even at 67. As night fell, Eleanor sat by her window, gazing at the stars. She thought of Harold and the life they had shared, but she also thought of the morning's encounter, the warmth, the laughter, the subtle magic that had woven itself into the fabric of her day. Her heart felt full, alive, ready for the next chapter. Her phone chimed softly, a message from him. "Today reminded me why connection matters. Thank you for sharing your stories, your time, and your beautiful perspective. Until tomorrow." Eleanor smiled, her heart swelling with quiet contentment. She understood that this was just the beginning of something profound, something that would require patience, honesty, and courage, but something that promised to bring richness and joy back into her life in ways she had never imagined possible. Eleanor awoke to the soft hum of morning, a light drizzle tapping against the window pane. The rhythm was gentle, almost hypnotic, yet it carried a promise, an unspoken whisper that something remarkable could unfold. She lay in bed for a moment longer, letting her mind drift, letting the memory of yesterday's conversation settle into her bones. Even now, hours later, her chest fluttered with the echo of that gaze, that subtle understanding, that delicate pull she could neither name nor resist. She rose slowly, her movements deliberate, savoring the sensation of being alive, of having a heart that had begun to hum again. Dressing took longer than usual, not out of hesitation, but because she wanted to feel the fabric glide across her skin, to notice the way colors could lift her mood, to embrace the small pleasures she had long ignored. Today, she chose a soft, warm beige blouse and a skirt that fell just below her knees, flowing lightly as she moved. A simple touch of perfume, just enough to remind herself she was Eleanor, alive, present, and open to the world. The breakfast table was quiet at first. Lily and Mark were already awake, absorbed in their routines. But the moment Eleanor appeared, a shift passed through the room. It was subtle, an unspoken recognition that something about her was different. Mark, leaning against the counter, raised an eyebrow. "Morning, Mom. You look lighter." Eleanor smiled. "Perhaps the rain brings clarity," she said softly, pouring herself a cup of tea. "Or perhaps it's simply that the world is full of surprises, even for those of us who've lived long enough to think we know them all." Lily's expression was curious, tinged with hope. "Mom, you're being mysterious again. Are we finally going to hear about the cafe?" Eleanor chuckled, a soft, musical sound that seemed to linger in the air. "Perhaps later. Let's savor the morning first. Some stories unfold slowly, and rushing them spoils the flavor." After breakfast, Eleanor lingered by the window, watching the rain-slicked streets, the way reflections danced on the puddles, the way the city seemed both muted and alive in the gentle drizzle. She sipped her tea slowly, letting the warmth seep into her chest, mingling with the flutter of anticipation. Today, she thought, would be a day unlike any she had experienced in decades.
She decided to take a different route to the cafe, a small detour that led her past an old bookstore she had frequented with Harold. The familiar scent of aged paper and leather-bound volumes stirred memories she had almost forgotten. The feel of Harold's hand on hers as they browsed, the quiet debates over novels and poems, the laughter shared over coffee and pages. Eleanor let herself linger, letting the past brush against the present without overwhelming it. She realized that honoring memory did not preclude embracing possibility, and that life's beauty often lay in its contradictions. By the time she reached the cafe, the rain had eased into a gentle mist. He was already there, seated at their usual table, a book in hand. He looked up as she approached, and Eleanor felt the familiar rush, the unexpected pull that had become the rhythm of her days. "Good morning," he said, closing the book, eyes bright with recognition. "Good morning," she replied, settling into the chair across from him. They spoke first of the weather, of the rain's soft touch on the streets, of the subtle aroma of damp earth mixed with coffee. Eleanor noticed how every detail seemed magnified, how ordinary observations gained a depth they had lacked before. She realized that her senses had been dulled by years of routine, and now, slowly, they were awakening again. As the conversation unfolded, it shifted seamlessly from the mundane to the personal. Eleanor shared more stories of her youth, of adventures she had embarked upon with Harold, and of the quiet joys of raising her children. He listened intently, asking thoughtful questions, his eyes never leaving hers. Eleanor felt seen, truly seen, in a way she had not experienced in decades. "You have a rare gift," he said, voice low, almost reverent, "the ability to observe, to feel, to notice the subtleties that others miss. It's extraordinary." Eleanor felt a blush rise to her cheeks. "Perhaps it comes from necessity," she said softly. "Loss teaches us to pay attention, to savor the fragments of beauty life still offers." He nodded, understanding. "And yet, despite loss, you carry a light within you. It draws people in." A warmth spread through Eleanor's chest, a mixture of gratitude and something else, something tender and delicate yet undeniable. She realized that her heart, which she had thought dormant, was stirring once again, beating with the rhythm both familiar and foreign. Margaret passed by again, umbrella in hand, and waved. Eleanor smiled, feeling the friend's persistent curiosity and gentle encouragement. "Morning, Eleanor," she called. "I hope the rain hasn't dampened your spirits." Eleanor laughed softly. "On the contrary, Margaret, the rain seems to bring clarity." As Margaret walked away, Eleanor turned back to him. Their conversation deepened, moving into reflections on life, love, and the unanticipated turns that brought people together. She shared her thoughts on grief, on the balance of memory and presence, on the quiet moments that often held more significance than grand gestures. "You have an extraordinary perspective," he said, "to embrace the past without letting it chain you, to live fully in the present despite uncertainty. It's rare and beautiful." Eleanor felt a subtle thrill, a recognition that she had found someone who could traverse the delicate terrain of her heart with care and insight. She realized that love in its purest form was not about grand declarations or youthful passion, but about connection, understanding, and the willingness to embrace vulnerability. If you're moved by Eleanor's courage to embrace love again, please share the story with someone who needs to hear it. And don't forget to hit that like button. It helps more people discover these heartfelt journeys. The afternoon unfolded in a tapestry of conversation, laughter, and quiet reflection. Eleanor noticed small details about him, the way his hands moved as he spoke, the depth in his eyes, the cadence of his laughter. Every gesture felt meaningful, every glance weighted with unspoken understanding. Her pulse quickened, not with fear, but with the exhilarating uncertainty of new beginnings. Eventually, the cafe grew busier, and Eleanor knew she must return home. The walk back was contemplative, each step measured, each breath carrying the residue of connection and possibility.
She understood that life had shifted beneath her feet, subtly yet irrevocably, and that she was no longer the same Eleanor who had left home that morning. At home, Lily and Mark immediately noticed the change. "Mom," said Lily softly, eyes bright, "you seem different, happier somehow." Eleanor smiled, warmth radiating from her. "Perhaps I am," she said. "Life has a way of offering surprises when we least expect them, and sometimes the heart finds a rhythm it had forgotten." Mark chuckled. "Sounds mysterious. I hope it's a good kind of different." Eleanor laughed softly, a sound that felt full and alive. "It is," she assured them.
As night fell, Eleanor sat by the window, gazing at the stars twinkling against the dark canvas of the sky. She thought of Harold, of the life they had shared, but she also thought of the mornings and afternoons now filled with possibility. Her heart, long quiet, had begun to beat again in new ways, and she felt a profound gratitude for the unexpected twists of life. Her phone chimed, a message from him. "The rain made today feel intimate, reflective. Thank you for sharing your world with me. I look forward to discovering more tomorrow." Eleanor smiled, a gentle warmth settling in her chest. She understood that this journey was just beginning, that each day would bring new revelations, new connections, and new opportunities to embrace life fully. At 67, she had discovered that the heart's capacity for love was not diminished by age. It was refined by it, deepened by experience, and made richer by the willingness to remain open to life's endless possibilities. The next morning dawned clear and bright. Yet Eleanor awoke with a subtle tension threading through her excitement. She dressed slowly, feeling the familiar stir of anticipation and curiosity, yet a whisper of doubt lingered in the corners of her mind. Was it possible at 67 to open her heart fully again? Could she allow herself the joy she had glimpsed, or was she risking everything by embracing something new? Her children were already in the kitchen when she joined them. Lily poured a cup of coffee for Eleanor, her expression tender, sensing her mother's inner turbulence. "Mom," she said softly, "you look thoughtful. Are you okay?" Eleanor smiled, appreciating her daughter's insight. "I'm fine, just thinking about possibilities. Life has a way of presenting them when we least expect it." Mark, leaning against the counter with his phone in hand, grinned. "Mom, are we talking about the cafe guy again?" Eleanor chuckled softly. "Perhaps, but not only him. It's more about what his presence reminds me of, the idea that life doesn't stop, even when you think it has." After breakfast, Eleanor decided to take a longer walk, to clear her mind and give her heart space to settle. She wandered through familiar streets, the rhythm of her steps calming yet reflective. The city felt different now, more vibrant, more alive, each detail magnified as though the world itself were conspiring to remind her that life could still surprise her. Passing a small park, Eleanor noticed children playing, couples strolling, and elderly friends sharing quiet conversation on benches. She felt a pang of longing and gratitude simultaneously. Life had offered her richness in many forms, but there were still new chapters to explore, unexpected joys to encounter. She thought of Harold, of course, and the love they had shared, yet the thought of him no longer bound her. It simply reminded her that she had loved deeply once and could do so again. Eleanor's mind wandered to the man from the cafe. His calm presence, his attentive gaze, the way he had drawn her out without pressure or expectation, all of it lingered in her thoughts. She realized that what she felt was not just curiosity, but a gentle stir of desire, a renewed longing to connect, to share, to be seen again. Reaching the cafe, Eleanor hesitated for a moment outside. The bell above the door jingled as she entered, and there he was, seated at their usual table, a book open before him. He looked up, and his eyes brightened with recognition. "Good morning," he said warmly, closing the book. "Good morning," Eleanor replied, settling across from him. The familiar flutter returned to her chest, a reminder of the delicate thrill that had begun to accompany their meetings. Their conversation started with ordinary topics: the weather, the book he was reading, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, but quickly shifted into deeper terrain. Eleanor found herself opening up in ways she had not in decades, sharing thoughts about her children, her late husband, her quiet reflections on aging and memory. "You have a remarkable clarity about you," he said softly. "Even in ordinary moments, there's depth in how you observe the world." Eleanor smiled, feeling warmth flood her chest. Perhaps it comes from experience," she said, "from learning to treasure what remains and to honor what's past without letting it overshadow the present." He nodded, leaning back slightly. "It's rare to meet someone who carries both wisdom and openness. You inspire me without even trying." Eleanor felt a subtle blush rise to her cheeks. She realized how much she had missed being seen, being understood in a way that went beyond superficiality. The heart, she reflected, was capable of recognizing resonance, of connecting with echoes of itself in another person. As the morning deepened, Margaret passed by, her presence as lively as ever. "Good morning, Eleanor," she called cheerfully. "The rain has stopped and the world seems brighter already." Eleanor laughed softly. "Indeed, Margaret, it feels like the world has opened a little more for us."
Margaret winked, a conspiratorial glint in her eyes. "I hope you're enjoying every bit of it." As the friend walked away, Eleanor's attention returned to the man before her. They spoke of simple pleasures: the aroma of pastries, the changing leaves in the nearby park, the sound of children laughing. Yet each detail carried more weight than it would have before. Eleanor realized she was noticing everything: shapes, colors, sounds, even silences, with heightened awareness, as if her senses had been awakened after years of quiet dormancy. Their conversation soon drifted toward memories, both joyful and poignant. Eleanor spoke of Harold, not with sorrow, but with a gentle reverence for the life they had shared. She noticed how speaking aloud, in the company of someone who listened without judgment, brought clarity and peace. The man shared his own stories of past loves and mischances, of quiet dreams, and moments that had shaped him. Through the dialogue, Eleanor recognized the growing bond between them. It was not a rushed passion, but a subtle intertwining of hearts, a recognition of shared humanity and experience. Each laugh, each thoughtful pause, each gentle glance added layers of connection, deepening the quiet intimacy that had begun to flourish. Eventually, the cafe grew busier, and Eleanor knew she must leave. The walk home was contemplative, each step echoing the rhythm of her own heart. She reflected on the morning's conversation, on the subtle shifts she felt within herself, on the growing courage to embrace a love she had never anticipated at this stage of life. Back home, her children noticed her presence immediately. "Mom," Lily said, voice filled with curiosity, "you look radiant today." Eleanor smiled, warmth radiating from her. "I feel alive, Lily. Sometimes life reminds us that there are still chapters to write, surprises to embrace." Mark's expression was half teasing, half earnest. "Sounds like someone's enjoying a little adventure." Eleanor laughed softly, a sound that carried the thrill of new possibilities. "Perhaps. But it's more than adventure. It's the discovery that life can still be vibrant, even after decades of routine and loss." As the evening fell, Eleanor found herself reflecting quietly by the window. The stars twinkled against the darkening sky, and she realized that her heart had begun to beat with anticipation once again. Love, she understood, was not limited by age. It was a force that could awaken even the most settled soul, a reminder that life's journey was never truly complete. Before we continue, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
What moment in Eleanor's story has resonated with you the most? Drop a comment below and share your reflections. Your engagement helps me understand what touches your hearts. Her phone chimed. A message from him. Today felt special. Every conversation we share reveals more depth, more connection. I'm grateful for the time we spend together, Eleanor. Eleanor smiled, feeling a profound sense of contentment. She understood that love later in life was not only possible, it was transformative. It required honesty, patience, and courage, but in return, it offered deep joy, intimacy, and a renewed sense of purpose. The night deepened, wrapping the house in a comfortable silence. Eleanor prepared for bed, her mind replaying the day's moments. The laughter, the shared stories, the quiet understanding that had passed between them. She realized that this connection was not fleeting or superficial. It was rooted in genuine care, mutual respect, and a shared appreciation for life's complexities. As she lay in bed, Eleanor thought about the path ahead. There would be challenges, questions from her children, perhaps even judgment from others. But she also knew that the heart, when guided by authenticity and courage, could navigate any obstacle. She had loved before, grieved deeply, and now she was learning to love again, differently, but no less profoundly. Her final thought before sleep claimed her was simple yet powerful. At 67, life was offering her a gift, the chance to feel alive, to connect deeply, and to embrace joy without reservation. And she was ready to accept it, fully and without fear. The days that followed brought a delicate rhythm into Eleanor's life, a cadence that mingled anticipation with caution. Each morning, she found herself waking with a flutter of curiosity, a heartbeat that hinted at the new possibilities awaiting her. Yet beneath the thrill, a gentle unease lingered, an awareness that embracing this new chapter meant navigating the expectations and concerns of her children, the judgment of friends, and the unfamiliar terrain of her own emotions. After breakfast, Eleanor lingered at the window, observing the way the city awakened. Lily and Mark were bustling about, preparing for their day, their chatter punctuated by laughter and occasional teasing. The sound was comforting, grounding her in the life she had built, the love she had nurtured, and the family that anchored her even as her heart wandered into new territories. Margaret arrived mid-morning, a bright presence who carried both curiosity and a knack for gentle encouragement. "Eleanor," she said with a playful grin, "I hear the cafe has been quite inspiring lately. You seem lighter somehow." Eleanor laughed softly, a warmth spreading across her face. Perhaps life has a way of reminding us that even after loss, the heart can still discover new rhythms. Margaret's eyes twinkled knowingly. "I hope you're savoring it, Eleanor. You deserve joy, even at 67.
Her friend's words carried weight, more than Eleanor expected. She realized that life was offering her a rare opportunity, the chance to love again, fully and without reservation. But the path was not without its complications. How would her children react? What would others think? Could she navigate these emotions without betraying the memory of Harold, whom she still cherished deeply? By mid-morning, Eleanor decided to venture out to the cafe, eager to immerse herself once more in the connection that had sparked her awakening. The drizzle from the past week had left the streets glistening, reflections shimmering in puddles like scattered jewels. Eleanor walked with measured steps, each one a conscious embrace of the present, of the subtle thrill that awaited her. He was there, seated at their table, with a book in hand, eyes lifting as she approached. "Good morning," he greeted her, a warmth in his voice that sent a familiar shiver through her chest. "Good morning," Eleanor replied, sliding into the chair across from him. Their conversation began casually,
touching on books, local events, and the rhythm of the city. But soon it delved deeper into memories, hopes, and the quiet joys and sorrows that had shaped them both. Eleanor shared anecdotes of raising her children, moments of joy and frustration, the gentle triumphs and subtle heartbreaks that had defined her life. He listened intently, his attention unwavering, offering thoughtful reflections and gentle encouragement. "You have a remarkable way of seeing the world," he said. "It's rare to meet someone who notices the subtleties, who treasures both the fleeting and the enduring." Eleanor felt a warmth rising within her. Perhaps it comes from having lived long enough to understand both loss and love, to appreciate the moments we often take for granted. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, a dance of words, laughter, and quiet contemplation. Eleanor realized how deeply she valued this connection, how it stirred emotions she had long assumed dormant. The heart, she understood, could awaken in unexpected ways, capable of both tenderness and desire, of vulnerability and courage. Later that afternoon, Eleanor returned home, the anticipation of seeing her children tempered with a desire to maintain the delicate balance she had discovered. Lily and Mark noticed immediately the subtle shifts in her demeanor, the brightness in her eyes, the slight flush on her cheeks, the gentle sway in her movements. "Mom," Lily said softly, a mixture of curiosity and concern in her voice, "you seem different, happier somehow." Eleanor smiled, a warmth that reached her eyes. Life has a way of offering surprises. Sometimes the heart finds rhythms it had forgotten. Mark leaned against the doorway, a playful grin tugging at his lips. "Sounds like someone's experiencing a little adventure," he teased gently. Eleanor laughed, a soft musical sound that carried both joy and reflection. "Perhaps, but it's more than adventure. It's about discovering that life can still hold depth, even after decades of routine and loss." As evening approached, Eleanor found herself once more by the window, gazing at the night sky. The stars shimmered with a quiet brilliance, and she reflected on the delicate balance of past and present, memory and possibility. She thought of Harold, and the life they had shared, and the lessons he had left her. And she thought of the man from the cafe, whose presence had rekindled emotions she thought long buried. A subtle tension stirred within her, a mixture of hope and uncertainty. How would she navigate these new feelings? Could she open herself fully, without fear, without hesitation? And what of her children, her family, and the life she had built so carefully over decades? The night deepened and Eleanor's thoughts grew more introspective. She realized that the heart, even at 67, was capable of transformation. It could stretch, expand, and embrace joy without betraying the past. Love, she understood, was not a finite resource. It could bloom again, fragile, yet resilient, tender, yet powerful. If Eleanor's journey is inspiring you, please take a moment to subscribe to Voices of Auntie Sephora and turn on the notification bell. These stories are meant to remind us that it's never too late to open our hearts to new possibilities. The next morning, Eleanor awoke with a soft sense of anticipation threading through her chest. The world outside the window was bathed in a gentle golden light, the kind that made ordinary streets feel magical and ordinary moments feel alive. She lingered for a few minutes, savoring the quiet, the feeling of being present, and the subtle flutter in her heart that had become familiar over the past days. Breakfast was quieter than usual. Lily and Mark were busy with their routines, but Eleanor noticed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Even without saying a word, they sensed that something within her had changed. She poured herself a cup of tea and smiled softly, letting the warmth spread through her fingers and into her chest. Afterwards, Eleanor decided to take a longer walk through the neighborhood. The cool morning air brushed her skin, and the rhythmic sound of her steps against the pavement seemed to echo the pulse in her chest. She passed familiar houses, their facades softened by the morning sun, and children playing in gardens, laughter ringing through the air. Life, she thought, had a way of unfolding whether we were ready or not, and perhaps the beauty lay in how we chose to meet it. By mid-morning, she arrived at the cafe, her heart beating a little bit faster than usual. He was there, seated at their usual table, reading. The moment he looked up, Eleanor felt the familiar warmth in her chest. His smile was easy, genuine, and it carried an invitation she found hard to resist. "Good morning," he said, closing his book.
"Good morning," Eleanor replied, sliding into the chair across from him. The thrill of anticipation mingled with a quiet, grounding sense of familiarity. Their conversation began with light topics, the books he had been reading, the aroma of freshly baked pastries, the gentle rhythm of the cafe itself, but soon it deepened. Eleanor shared memories of her youth, moments of quiet triumphs, the challenges of raising her children, and the bittersweet reflections on life after Harold's passing. He listened intently, asking questions that were thoughtful, precise, and gentle, and Eleanor felt herself being drawn into a connection that felt both safe and thrilling. "You carry a rare light," he said softly, "a mixture of strength, wisdom, and a kind of quiet curiosity that is magnetic." Eleanor felt a warmth spread through her chest, a subtle blush rising to her cheeks. Perhaps it comes from learning to treasure the moments life gives us, to see beauty even when it's hidden in the ordinary, and to recognize joy even after loss. They spoke for hours, though it never felt like time had passed. Eleanor noticed details she had missed before, the way he gestured when emphasizing a point, the depth in his gaze when he listened, the gentle cadence of his laughter that seemed to resonate with her own rhythms. Each moment was layered with subtle emotion, a tapestry of connection that was growing richer with every word. As the afternoon approached, Margaret stopped by once again, her presence a lively punctuation to Eleanor's quiet morning. "I see you're at your favorite table," Margaret said. "I hope it's been an inspiring visit." Eleanor laughed softly. "It always is, Margaret. There's something remarkable about finding someone who sees you, truly sees you, even after decades of routine and reflection." Margaret's eyes twinkled knowingly. "I'm glad you found that spark again. It suits you." After Margaret left, Eleanor and the man continued their conversation, gradually moving into territory that was more personal and reflective. Eleanor found herself sharing her fears and hopes with a candor she hadn't experienced in years. She spoke of the tension between honoring the past and embracing the present, of the challenge of allowing herself to feel desire and curiosity at an age when many believed such things had long faded. He listened without judgment, offering gentle insights and encouraging words. "The heart doesn't have an expiration date," he said. "It's never too late to discover joy, to allow connection, and to embrace new beginnings." Eleanor smiled, feeling a sense of liberation she thought unattainable. Perhaps I've been waiting for someone to remind me, she said softly, that life still holds possibilities, even for those of us who have seen decades pass. The cafe grew busier as the afternoon sun climbed higher, casting warm geometric patterns across the tables through the large windows. Eleanor realized she needed to return home, but the thought of leaving felt premature, as though she were walking away from a conversation that had only just begun to reveal its depth. The walk back was reflective, each step a meditation on the gentle thrill of the day, the connection she had nurtured, and the growing courage within her to embrace what she felt. She thought about her children, their subtle observations, the questions that might arise, and the care she would need to navigate their feelings while honoring her own heart. At home, Lily noticed immediately. "Mom, you look radiant," she said softly, curiosity and warmth evident in her voice. Eleanor smiled, warmth emanating from her. "I feel alive," she replied. "Life has a way of reminding us that there are still chapters to write, surprises to embrace, and moments to treasure." Mark leaned against the doorway, half teasing, half curious. "Sounds like someone's enjoying a little adventure," he said, a grin tugging at his lips. Eleanor laughed softly, the sound rich with emotion. "Perhaps it is, but it's more than adventure. It's a rediscovery of joy and the courage to allow the heart to expand even when it seems fragile." As evening fell, Eleanor sat by the window, gazing at the stars scattered across the night sky. She reflected on the delicate balance she was learning to maintain, honoring her past, embracing the present, and navigating the unknown future with courage and curiosity. She thought about Harold, of the love they had shared, but also of the man who had entered her life so unexpectedly, reminding her that the heart was capable of renewal and wonder. Her thoughts were interrupted by the soft chime of her phone. It was a message from him, brief, yet filled with warmth. "Thinking of you. Looking forward to tomorrow." Eleanor smiled, a gentle blush rising to her cheeks. The simple words carried weight, the promise of connection, the anticipation of shared moments, and the quiet excitement that accompanies the beginnings of something meaningful. Before we continue with Eleanor's beautiful journey, I want to hear from you. What would you do in her situation? Would you take the leap, or would caution hold you back? Share your thoughts in the comments below. I love hearing your perspectives. The morning sun spilled across Eleanor's bedroom, painting the walls in soft golds and muted rose hues. She lingered in the quiet, savoring the peace before the day's demands began. Yet beneath that tranquility, a subtle flutter stirred, a mixture of excitement and nervousness, an awareness that the world she had known for decades was quietly shifting. Over breakfast, Lily and Mark's curiosity was palpable. "Mom, are you really serious about him?" Her voice carried both curiosity and concern, as though she were testing the waters, unsure how far to venture. Eleanor smiled gently, taking a sip of her tea. "Lily, I'm not rushing anything. I'm simply discovering that life can still surprise us, that the heart can still feel, even when we think it has settled into its quiet routines." Mark leaned back in his chair, arms folded, a teasing grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Sounds like someone's in a very interesting chapter," he said. Eleanor laughed softly, warmth spreading through her. "It's more than interesting, Mark. It's a rediscovery. It's learning that it's possible to feel joy, curiosity, and connection again, even after decades of routine and loss." The children exchanged glances, a mixture of amusement and thoughtful concern in their expressions. They had always known their mother to be loving, strong, and devoted to their family, but now they glimpsed a different dimension, a woman embracing life for herself, not just for them. Later that morning,
Eleanor prepared to visit the cafe once again. The streets were alive with the hum of daily life, children laughing on their way to school, neighbors exchanging greetings, and the faint scent of blooming flowers in the air. Each step Eleanor took felt measured, yet buoyed by a subtle anticipation. When she entered, he was there, seated at their table as usual, a book open in front of him. His eyes lifted, and the warmth that had become familiar spread through her. "Good morning," he greeted, his voice carrying the ease of comfort and the thrill of connection. "Good morning," Eleanor replied, sliding into the chair opposite him. The fluttering in her chest was gentle, but insistent, a reminder of the delicate stirrings of newfound affection. Their conversation flowed naturally, beginning with small talk about the cafe's morning crowd and the latest books they had read, but soon it deepened, touching on the subtleties of life's joys and regrets, the quiet moments of reflection that came with age, and the surprising ways that connection could emerge, even in later life. "You have an incredible ability to see the beauty in the mundane," he remarked. "Even ordinary moments feel extraordinary when shared with you." Eleanor felt a warmth arising within her. Perhaps it comes from living long enough to understand both loss and love, to appreciate the moments we often overlook, and to recognize joy even when it's hidden beneath routine. They spoke for hours, laughter intermingling with pauses of thoughtful reflection, and Eleanor realized that each meeting left her feeling more open, more aware, and more connected, not just to him, but to the possibilities of life itself. The bond they were cultivating was subtle, yet undeniable, a gentle intertwining of minds and hearts that grew stronger with every shared thought and emotion. Meanwhile, back home, Lily and Mark were quietly discussing their mother's newfound vibrancy. "She's changed," Lily said thoughtfully. "Not in a bad way, but she's more alive, more herself, I think." Mark nodded, a contemplative expression on his face. "Yeah, I see it too, but I wonder, are we ready for this? Mom's been widowed for so long. Is it strange to see her like this?" Lily sighed, the weight of concern mingling with understanding. "It's new for us, yes. But maybe it's good. Maybe she deserves this happiness, this chance to feel alive again." That evening, Eleanor returned home with a quiet sense of satisfaction. She had felt seen, understood, and appreciated in a way that was both exhilarating and grounding. The glow in her expression did not go unnoticed by her children. "Mom," said Mark gently, "you look different today, happier, more at ease." Eleanor smiled, warmth radiating from her. "Life has a way of presenting surprises, Mark. Sometimes it reminds us that there are still moments to treasure, connections to nurture, and joy to embrace." Lily approached, a mixture of curiosity and warmth in her eyes. "I'm glad you're experiencing this, Mom. You've always given so much to us, to everyone around you. You deserve to receive a little in return." Eleanor reached out, taking both of her children's hands. "Thank you," she said softly. "It's not about giving or receiving. It's about learning to be present, to embrace life's subtle gifts, and to allow the heart to open again, even when it feels fragile." As night fell, Eleanor found herself by the window, gazing at the stars scattered across the sky. The subtle tension of the day began to ease, replaced by a sense of wonder and anticipation. She reflected on the delicate balance she was learning to navigate, honoring the past, embracing the present, and allowing the future to unfold with quiet courage. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft chime of her phone. It was a message from him, brief yet filled with warmth. "Thinking of you. Can't wait to see you tomorrow." Eleanor smiled, a gentle blush rising to her cheeks. The message was simple, yet it carried a weight of connection, anticipation, and the quiet thrill of being seen by someone who truly understood her. She set the phone down and returned her gaze to the stars. Eleanor understood that this journey was only beginning. Love at this stage was not merely about companionship, it was about courage, honesty, and resilience. Each choice carried weight. Each moment held significance, and each step demanded careful reflection. Yet, beneath the complexity lay something beautifully simple. The recognition that her heart, even after 67 years of living, loving, and losing, still had the capacity to bloom. And that realization filled her with a quiet joy that no amount of caution could diminish. The following morning, Eleanor awoke with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She knew that as her heart opened to this new connection, there were bound to be questions, subtle judgments, and perhaps even tensions to navigate with her children. The thrill of love was intoxicating, but it was now intertwined with responsibility and self-awareness in ways she hadn't anticipated. Over breakfast, Lily and Mark exchanged glances that Eleanor immediately noticed. "Mom," Lily began carefully, "can we talk about him?" Her tone was gentle, a mixture of curiosity, concern, and protective care. Eleanor smiled softly, stirring her tea slowly. "Of course," she said. "What would you like to know?" Mark leaned back, arms crossed, but his gaze was attentive. We want to understand, Mom. We've seen how happy you've been lately, and that's wonderful. But we also worry. Are you ready for this? How serious is it?" Eleanor took a deep breath, appreciating their honesty and care. "I understand your concerns. I've been careful, I promise. But life, as you both know, is full of unexpected joys. I am not rushing anything. I am simply allowing myself to feel again, to explore the possibilities of connection while keeping balance with our family, our home, and the life we share." Lily reached across the table, placing her hand over Eleanor's. "We're happy that you're happy, Mom. Truly. We just want to be part of this journey with you, to support you without feeling left out." Eleanor felt a surge of gratitude and love for her children. "You are already part of this journey," she said. "I want you to witness it, to share it with me, to help me navigate it wisely. Your love and insight are invaluable." With that gentle understanding established, Eleanor prepared to venture out to the cafe. The day was crisp, leaves rustling gently in the autumn breeze. She walked with purpose, feeling both the excitement of what awaited and the calm grounding of her own reflection. He was already there when she arrived, a welcoming smile lighting his face. "Good morning," he said softly, closing his book. "Good morning," Eleanor replied, settling into her chair. The familiar flutter in her chest reminded her that anticipation and connection could coexist with caution and reflection. Their conversation flowed naturally, beginning with lighter topics, the weather, the latest books, and local news, but soon deepened into reflections on life's subtleties, memories, and the quiet lessons that age and experience bring. Eleanor shared anecdotes of her past, the joys and heartaches of raising her children, and the gentle sorrow of losing Harold. He listened attentively, offering thoughtful reflections, gentle encouragement, and insights that made Eleanor feel both seen and understood. "Your heart has carried so much," he said softly, "and yet here you are, open to possibility, willing to embrace life again. That courage, it's extraordinary." Eleanor felt a blush rising, warmth flooding her chest. It's not just courage, it's also a realization that life doesn't stop, that the heart, even after decades, can still find its rhythm, can still recognize connection and warmth when it arrives unexpectedly. Hours passed with laughter, thoughtful silence, and quiet moments of understanding. Eleanor noticed the small gestures, how he would lean in slightly when she spoke, the subtle attentiveness in his gaze, the ease with which conversation flowed that made her heart feel both tender and alive. Meanwhile, back home, Lily and Mark were quietly discussing their mother's evolving life. "She's changing," Lily whispered. "Not in a bad way, but she's embracing herself, her happiness in a way I hadn't seen before." Mark nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, I see it too, but I also sense the complexity. Mom is trying to balance everything, her own heart, her past, and us.
It's a lot for her, and for us too. Lily sighed, her expression softening. I think it's beautiful, though, Mark. Mom deserves this. She's given so much for so long. We should celebrate her joy, even if it takes a little time to fully understand. That evening, Eleanor returned home with a sense of fulfillment tempered by reflection. She was aware of the delicate balance she had to maintain, honoring her own feelings, the memory of Harold, and the love of her children. She knew that the journey she had begun was not without challenges, but it was also rich with potential for growth, connection, and joy. "Mom," Lily said as she noticed Eleanor's serene smile, "you seem at peace today." Eleanor nodded, warmth radiating from her. "I am, Lily. It's a quiet kind of joy, one that comes from being seen, being understood, and allowing oneself to feel fully without fear or regret."
Mark grinned, teasing lightly. "Sounds like someone's heart is finding its rhythm again." Eleanor laughed softly, a sound filled with both humor and tenderness. "Perhaps it is," she admitted, "and it's a rhythm that blends past, present, and future, honoring all parts of life and love." As night fell, Eleanor sat by the window, gazing at the sky strewn with stars. She thought of Harold, of the life they had shared, and of the man who had quietly entered her life, offering a new sense of connection and possibility. The stars twinkled with the quiet promise of unknown adventures, and Eleanor realized that love, in all its forms, was a force capable of renewal, courage, and profound beauty. Her phone chimed softly, a brief message from him, filled with warmth. "Thinking of you. Tonight I realized even more how much I treasure our time together." Eleanor smiled, feeling a gentle thrill, a quiet reassurance that this journey she had begun was alive, delicate, and filled with potential. Before we continue, I'd love it if you could share this story with someone who needs to hear that love has no age limit. Hit that share button and spread the message that it's never too late for the heart to bloom again. Mark grinned, teasing lightly. "Sounds like someone's heart is finding its rhythm again." Eleanor laughed softly, a sound filled with both humor and tenderness. "Perhaps it is," she admitted, "and it's a rhythm that blends past, present, and future, honoring all parts of life and love." As night fell, Eleanor sat by the window, gazing at the sky strewn with stars. She thought of Harold, of the life they had shared, and of the man who had quietly entered her life, offering a new sense of connection and possibility.
The stars twinkled with the quiet promise of unknown adventures, and Eleanor realized that love, in all its forms, was a force capable of renewal, courage, and profound beauty. Her phone chimed softly, a message from him, brief yet filled with warmth. Thinking of you. Tonight I realized even more how much I treasure our time together. Eleanor smiled, feeling a gentle thrill, a quiet reassurance that this journey she had begun was alive, delicate, and filled with potential. Before we continue, I'd love it if you could share this story with someone who needs to hear that love has no age limit. Hit that share button and spread the message that it's never too late for the heart to bloom again. The next day brought a subtle shift in the atmosphere of Eleanor's home. There was an unspoken understanding between her and her children, a recognition that something significant was unfolding, something that would require patience, communication, and mutual respect. Eleanor felt the weight of this responsibility, but she also felt empowered by the knowledge that her children stood beside her, ready to support and understand. As she prepared for another morning at the cafe, Eleanor took extra care with her appearance. Not out of vanity, but out of a desire to honor the moment, to present herself authentically and with confidence. She chose a soft blue cardigan that brought out the warmth in her eyes, paired with comfortable slacks that allowed her to move freely and gracefully. The walk to the cafe felt different today, more purposeful, more intentional. Eleanor was acutely aware that each step was taking her deeper into this new chapter, and she felt ready to embrace whatever came next. The streets were alive with morning energy, the sounds of the city creating a familiar symphony that accompanied her journey. When she arrived, he was already there, a smile of genuine warmth greeting her. "Good morning, Eleanor," he said, standing as she approached. "You look beautiful today." Eleanor felt a flutter in her chest, a mixture of pleasure and nervousness. "Thank you," she said softly, settling into her seat. "I feel ready for whatever today brings." He nodded, understanding reflected in his eyes. "As am I. Every day with you feels like a gift, Eleanor, a chance to discover more, to connect more deeply, to appreciate the beauty of this unexpected journey we're on together." Their conversation flowed with an ease that had become natural, moving seamlessly between light-hearted banter and profound reflections on life, love, and the courage it takes to open one's heart at any age. Eleanor found herself marveling at how comfortable she felt, how natural it seemed to share her innermost thoughts and feelings with this man who had entered her life so unexpectedly. As the morning progressed, Eleanor realized that she was no longer questioning whether this was right or possible. She had moved beyond doubt into a space of acceptance and embrace. Love at 67 was not only possible, it was real, it was present, and it was transforming her life in the most beautiful ways. The cafe buzzed with the gentle hum of conversation, the clink of cups, and the soft rustle of newspapers. Eleanor sat across from him, their table tucked in a corner where the morning light streamed through the window, creating a warm cocoon around them. She found herself studying his face, the lines that spoke of a life fully lived, the kindness in his eyes, the way his expression softened when he listened to her speak. "You've become remarkably important to me," he said suddenly, his voice quiet but filled with sincerity. "I hope you know that." Eleanor's breath caught slightly. She had felt it, of course, the growing connection, the deepening bond, but hearing it spoken aloud made it more real, more tangible. "And you to me," she replied softly. "I never expected this. After Harold, I thought that chapter of my life was closed, that I would spend my remaining years in quiet reflection, surrounded by memories rather than new experiences." He reached across the table, his hand gently covering hers. Life has a way of surprising us when we least expect it. The heart doesn't follow our plans or our expectations. It simply knows. Eleanor felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. Not tears of sadness, but of gratitude, of wonder, of the overwhelming realization that she was being given a second chance at something she thought was lost forever. She admitted, "It's frightening, this openness, this vulnerability. I feel like I'm standing at the edge of something vast and unknown." "And yet you're still here," he said, his thumb tracing gentle circles on the back of her hand. "That takes extraordinary courage, Eleanor. Not everyone at our age would be willing to take this leap." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the world around them fading into soft background noise. Eleanor realized that this was what she had been missing. Not just companionship, but true connection. Someone who saw her, who understood her, who appreciated both her strength and her vulnerability. Margaret appeared suddenly at their table, her eyes twinkling with barely contained curiosity. "Well, well," she said, a knowing smile on her lips. "If this isn't the most beautiful thing I've seen in years. Eleanor, you're absolutely glowing."
Eleanor laughed, a sound that felt free and unguarded. "Margaret, you have impeccable timing as always. I just wanted to say," Margaret continued, her voice softening, "that whatever this is, wherever it leads, I'm happy for you. Truly, we all deserve love, no matter our age, and seeing you embrace it, it's inspiring." After Margaret left, Eleanor turned back to him, her expression thoughtful. "The world is watching," she said quietly. "I can feel it. People notice. They have opinions." "Does that bother you?" he asked. Eleanor considered the question carefully. "It would have once, but now? Now I realize that other people's opinions matter far less than what I feel in my own heart. I've spent so many years living for others, being a wife, a mother, a friend. Perhaps it's time I also live for myself." He smiled, and Eleanor saw pride and admiration in his expression. That's the Eleanor I've come to know, strong, thoughtful, and unafraid to embrace life on her own terms. As the afternoon wore on, Eleanor felt a shift within herself, a settling, a sense of rightness. This wasn't a betrayal of Harold's memory. It wasn't reckless or inappropriate. It was simply life continuing. The heart finding new ways to beat, new reasons to feel joy and connection. If you're moved by Eleanor's courage, please don't forget to subscribe to Voices of Auntie Sephora and hit that notification bell. These stories are meant to inspire and remind us that every stage of life holds beautiful possibilities. When Eleanor finally returned home, the sun was beginning to its descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Lily was in the kitchen preparing dinner, and the familiar scent of home-cooked food filled the house. Eleanor stood in the doorway for a moment, simply appreciating the scene, the life she had built, the family she loved, and now, the new dimension of joy she was discovering. "Mom," Lily said, looking up from the stove, "you've been gone longer today. Everything okay?" Eleanor moved into the kitchen, wrapping her arms around her daughter from behind in a spontaneous hug. "Everything is more than okay, Lily. I'm discovering parts of myself I thought were gone forever, and I'm realizing that life still has so much to offer." Lily turned in her mother's embrace, studying her face. "You look different. Not just happy, but alive. Truly alive." "I am," Eleanor said simply. "For the first time in years, I feel like I'm not just existing, but truly living." Mark entered the kitchen, immediately sensing the emotional atmosphere. "What did I miss?" he asked with a gentle smile. "Just Mom being amazing, and us realizing that we're witnessing something pretty special. We want you to know," Mark added, his voice sincere, "that we support you completely. Whatever this journey looks like, wherever it leads, we're with you." Eleanor felt her heart swell with love for her children. "Thank you, both of you. Your support means everything, and I promise to be honest with you, to include you in this journey, to navigate it with care and thoughtfulness." They sat together for dinner that evening, the conversation flowing easily, punctuated by laughter and the comfortable familiarity of family. Eleanor shared more about her days at the cafe, about the conversation she'd been having, about the feelings she was discovering. Her children listened with genuine interest, asking questions that showed both curiosity and care. "What does he do? What's his story?" Eleanor smiled. "He's lived a full life, much like we all have. He's known love and loss, joy and disappointment. He's thoughtful, kind, and remarkably good at listening. But more than any of that, he sees me, really sees me, not just as a widow or a mother or a woman of a certain age. He sees Eleanor, all of who I am." Lily's eyes glistened slightly. "That's beautiful, Mom. Everyone deserves to be seen that way." As night settled over the house, Eleanor prepared for bed with a sense of contentment she hadn't felt in years. She stood at her bedroom window looking out at the star-filled sky and allowed herself to acknowledge the full truth of what was happening. She was falling in love, not with the desperate, all-consuming passion of youth, but with something deeper, richer, more nuanced. A love built on mutual respect, shared experience, and the courage to be vulnerable despite having known loss. Her phone lit up with a final message of the day. "Thank you for today, for your honesty, your openness, your willingness to explore this journey with me. You inspire me, Eleanor. Sleep well, and know that you're in my thoughts." Eleanor smiled, her fingers hovering over the screen as she composed her reply. "And you in mine. Thank you for seeing me, for understanding me, for making me believe that beautiful things can still happen. Good night." She set the phone aside and climbed into bed, her heart full, her mind quiet, her spirit alive with possibility. Eleanor understood that challenges would come, questions from friends, perhaps judgment from some, and the ongoing work of balancing this new relationship with her existing life. But she also knew that she had the strength to navigate it all, supported by her children, guided by her own wisdom, and empowered by a heart that had proven itself capable of remarkable resilience and renewal. As sleep claimed her, Eleanor's last thought was simple but profound. At 67, she was not ending her story. She was beginning a new chapter, one filled with unexpected joy, deep connection, and the beautiful reminder that love knows no age, no limits, no expiration date. And that realization filled her with a peace and excitement that promised wonderful things to come. The morning arrived with a soft rain, the kind that whispered against the windows rather than pounded. Eleanor woke to the gentle sound, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over her. She lay in bed for a few extra moments, allowing herself to simply feel, to acknowledge the flutter of anticipation in her chest, the warmth that spread through her when she thought of him, and the quiet gratitude for this unexpected turn her life had taken. As she dressed for the day, Eleanor found herself choosing colors she hadn't worn in years. A deep burgundy blouse that brought out the warmth in her complexion, paired with a soft gray skirt. She took her time with her hair, not out of vanity, but out of a renewed appreciation for herself, for the woman she saw in the mirror who was both familiar and transformed.
Downstairs, the house was quiet. Lily had left early for work, leaving a note on the kitchen counter. "Mom, you looked so peaceful sleeping. Didn't want to wake you. Have a beautiful day. Love you." Eleanor smiled, tucking the note into her pocket like a talisman. Mark appeared moments later, already dressed for his day. "Morning, Mom. You look lovely today." "Thank you, sweetheart," Eleanor replied, pouring herself a cup of tea. "How are you feeling about everything? We've talked about my situation, but I want to make sure you're truly comfortable with it." Mark settled into a chair, his expression thoughtful. "Honestly, at first it felt strange, not bad, just unexpected. But seeing you like this, seeing how happy you are, how alive, it's made me realize something important." "What's that?" Eleanor asked, sitting across from him. "You're not just our mother. You're Eleanor, a person with your own needs, your own desires, your own right to happiness. We sometimes forget that parents have lives beyond parenting. Watching you embrace this has been a reminder that life doesn't stop at any particular age. If anything, it should continue with even more intention." Eleanor felt tears well up, touched by her son's maturity and understanding. "That means more to me than you know, Mark. I've been so worried about how this might affect you and Lily, about whether I was being selfish." "Selfish?" Mark shook his head. "Mom, you've given everything to us for decades. If anything, we want you to be a little selfish. You've earned it." Their conversation was interrupted by the doorbell. Eleanor opened it to find a delivery, a small bouquet of autumn flowers with a card. "For brightening my days. Looking forward to seeing you this afternoon." Eleanor's heart skipped, a smile spreading across her face. Mark peered over her shoulder. "Someone's got good taste," he said with a grin. "And good timing." Eleanor laughed, bringing the flowers inside and arranging them in a vase. As she did, she reflected on how much had changed in such a short time. The house that had felt so empty after Harold's death now felt alive again, filled not just with her children's presence, but with her own renewed energy and joy. The rain had eased to a light drizzle by the time Eleanor set out for the cafe. The streets glistened, reflecting the muted autumn light, and the air smelled fresh and clean. Eleanor walked with purpose, her umbrella tucked under her arm, her heart beating with pleasant anticipation. He was waiting at their usual table, 2 steaming cups already prepared. "I took the liberty of ordering for you," he said as she approached. "I hope that's all right." "It's perfect," Eleanor said, settling into her seat and wrapping her hands around the warm cup. "Thank you for the flowers. They're beautiful." "Not nearly as beautiful as the person they're intended for," he replied. And though the words might have seemed like simple flattery, Eleanor heard the sincerity in his voice. They fell into easy conversation, discussing everything from the books they were reading to childhood memories to their philosophies on life and aging. Eleanor found herself sharing things she rarely spoke about, her dreams that had been set aside for practical concerns, her occasional regrets, her wonder at how quickly time had passed. "Do you ever wish you could go back?" he asked. "Change things?" Eleanor considered the question carefully. "There are moments I wish I could relive, times with Harold, watching my children grow, simple afternoons that seemed ordinary then but feel precious now. But change things? No. Every experience, every choice, every joy and sorrow has brought me to this moment. And this moment feels right." "I feel the same," he said quietly, "including meeting you, especially meeting you." The cafe around them seemed to fade, the other patrons becoming mere background to their private world. Eleanor realized that this was what intimacy truly meant, not physical closeness, though that had its place, but this deep sharing of selves, this vulnerability, this willingness to be truly known. "Can I ask you something?" Eleanor said, her voice tentative.
What are your expectations? For us, I mean. Where do you see this going?" He was quiet for a moment, clearly giving the question the consideration it deserved. "I don't have a roadmap, Eleanor. I'm not looking to replace anything or anyone in your life. What I hope for is simple: to continue discovering you, to share experiences, to be present for each other. Whether that evolves into something more defined, or whether it remains as it is now, two people finding joy and connection, I'm content with either path, as long as we're walking it together." Eleanor felt a weight lift from her shoulders. "That's exactly how I feel. I'm not trying to recreate what I had with Harold. This is something entirely different, entirely its own. And I want to let it unfold naturally, without pressure or predetermined outcomes." "Then we're in agreement," he said, reaching across the table to take her hand. "We'll let this be what it wants to be, without forcing it into any particular shape." Before we continue, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Has Eleanor's story made you think differently about love and age? Share your reflections below. Your engagement means so much to this community. As the afternoon stretched on, they left the cafe and walked through the park despite the light rain. Eleanor had brought her umbrella, and they shared it, walking close together, their steps synchronized. They talked and laughed, pausing occasionally to watch children playing or to admire the autumn colors that persisted despite the gray sky. "I haven't done this in years," Eleanor admitted, "just walked in the rain for the pleasure of it." "Then I'm glad to be part of your rediscovery," he said. "There's something freeing about rain. It washes away pretense, leaves everything fresh and new." They found shelter under a large oak tree. Its remaining leaves provided a natural canopy. Standing there together, Eleanor felt a moment of perfect contentment. She wasn't worried about what others might think, or whether this was appropriate for her age, or what the future might hold. She was simply present, alive, connected. "Eleanor," he said softly, turning to face her. "May I?" She understood his question immediately and nodded, her heart fluttering with a mixture of nervousness and desire. He leaned in slowly, giving her every opportunity to change her mind, and when their lips met, it was gentle, respectful, and filled with promise. The kiss was brief, but it resonated through Eleanor like a bell, clear and true. When they pulled apart, she felt tears on her cheeks, though she wasn't entirely sure when they'd started falling. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. "More than all right," she whispered. I didn't think I'd ever feel this again. This particular kind of joy, this particular kind of connection, it's overwhelming in the best possible way." He wiped her tears gently with his thumb. "The heart has a remarkable capacity, doesn't it? Even when we think we've used it all up, there's always more, always room for one more chapter, one more beautiful experience." As they walked back towards the cafe, Eleanor felt transformed, not into someone new, but into a fuller version of herself, a woman who could honor her past while embracing her present, who could love deeply more than once, who could find courage in vulnerability. When she finally returned home, damp but glowing, both Lily and Mark were waiting. They took one look at their mother and smiled.
"So," Lily said, a knowing look in her eyes. "Good afternoon?" Eleanor laughed, setting down her umbrella and removing her coat. "Wonderful afternoon. Absolutely wonderful." That evening, Eleanor sat with her children in the living room, the fireplace crackling softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. There was a warmth in the room that went beyond the physical heat, a sense of intimacy and openness that Eleanor cherished. She had always valued honesty with Lily and Mark, and tonight felt like the right time to share more fully what she was experiencing. "I want to talk to you both about something," Eleanor began, setting down her tea. "Not because I need permission. but because you're important to me, and I want you to truly understand what's happening in my life." Lily and Mark exchanged glances and moved closer, giving Eleanor their full attention. "What I'm experiencing with him, it's not a betrayal of your father's memory. It's not me trying to replace what Harold and I had. What we had was beautiful, complete, and irreplaceable. But I'm learning that the heart has an extraordinary capacity to hold multiple stories, multiple loves, without diminishing any of them." Lily reached for her mother's hand. "We know that, Mom. We've never thought you were betraying Dad. I know you haven't said it, but I've worried you might feel it. I've worried that seeing me with someone else might be painful for you, might feel like I'm erasing the life we all shared together." Mark leaned forward, his expression earnest. "Mom, if anything, seeing you like this has made me appreciate Dad even more. He loved you so completely, and part of that love was wanting you to be happy, always, even after he was gone. I think if he could see you now, he'd be glad. He'd want this for you." Eleanor felt tears slip down her cheeks, but they were tears of relief and gratitude. "You don't know how much I needed to hear that. I've been carrying this guilt, this sense that I should somehow remain forever frozen in the role of grieving widow. But I'm more than that. I've always been more than that." "You're Eleanor," said Lily softly. "You're a woman who deserves love, joy, companionship, and all the beautiful experiences life can offer. The fact that you're 67 doesn't change that. If anything, it makes it more precious, because you know how fleeting and valuable these moments are." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the fire crackling, the evening settling around them like a gentle blanket. Eleanor felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that her children not only accepted her choices, but celebrated them. "So, tell us more about him," Mark said, breaking the silence with a grin. "We know he sends flowers and makes you smile like a teenager, but what else?" Eleanor laughed, feeling her cheeks warm. "He's thoughtful, patient. He listens, really listens, in a way that makes you feel like what you're saying matters. He's lived a full life, with his own share of joys and heartaches. He doesn't try to fix me or change me. He simply appreciates who I am. That's exactly what you deserve. Someone who sees you completely and loves what they see." "Does he make you laugh?" Mark asked. Eleanor's smile widened. "He does, often. Sometimes at the most unexpected moments. And you know what? I'd forgotten how good that feels. To laugh freely, to feel light, not to carry the weight of grief every single moment." The conversation continued late into the evening, ranging from light-hearted teasing to deeper discussions about love, aging, and the courage it takes to remain open to life's possibilities. Before we move forward, I want to thank you for being part of Eleanor's journey. If this story is touching your heart, please like this video and leave a comment sharing what resonates with you most. Your thoughts create a community around these stories. The following week brought a new rhythm to Eleanor's life. Her mornings still included her walks, but now they often led to the cafe where he would be waiting. Their afternoons were filled with conversation, laughter, and increasingly comfortable silences that spoke of growing intimacy. They visited the bookstore she'd frequented with Harold, and rather than feeling like a betrayal, it felt like a bridge between her past and present. One afternoon, as they browsed the shelves together, Eleanor paused at a section of poetry. She pulled out a worn volume and smiled. "Harold and I used to read poetry together, Sunday mornings, coffee and verses. It was our ritual."
He didn't shy away from the mention of Harold, didn't seem threatened or uncomfortable.
Instead, he asked, what was his favorite? Eleanor thought for a moment. Frost. He loved Robert Frost, The Road Not Taken especially. He'd quoted whenever we faced a difficult decision. She laughed softly. He'd say, Eleanor, we're taking the road less traveled, even when we were just deciding which restaurant to try. He sounds like he was a wonderful man, he said sincerely. He was. And you know what? I think he would have liked you. You have some of the same qualities. Kindness, thoughtfulness, a dry sense of humor that sneaks up on you. He smiled, clearly moved. That's one of the kindest things anyone has ever said to me. They purchased a few books, including a volume of Frost, and walked to a nearby park. Finding a bench overlooking a small pond, they sat together, Eleanor opening the poetry book. Would you like me to read to you? She asked. I'd love that, he replied. Eleanor's voice, clear and steady, read verses about choices and paths, about nature and life's complexities. As she read, she felt the presence of both men in her life, Harold in the words and memories, this new love in the present moment. And rather than conflict, she felt harmony, a beautiful blending of then and now. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment before speaking. Thank you for sharing that with me, for not hiding your past, but weaving it into our present. That takes courage. It takes trust, Eleanor corrected gently. Trust that you'll understand, that you won't be intimidated by a love that came before, that you'll see it as part of what made me who I am. I do see it that way, he assured her. Your capacity to love deeply, to remain devoted, to honor memory while remaining open to new experiences, these aren't contradictions. They're the most beautiful parts of you. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Eleanor leaned her head gently against his shoulder. It felt natural, comfortable, right. She thought about the journey that had brought her here, the years of marriage to Harold, the grief of losing him, the slow rebuilding of her life, and now this unexpected gift of new love. What are you thinking? He asked softly. That life is astonishing. That just when you think you know how your story will end, it surprises you with a whole new chapter. I thought I was settling into the epilogue of my life, but instead I'm discovering it's more like the beginning of a second volume. And what a volume it's shaping up to be, he said, his arm gently encircling her shoulders. They sat together as darkness fell, the park lights flickering on one by one, neither in a hurry to leave this moment. Eleanor felt a contentment that went bone deep, a sense that she was exactly where she was meant to be. When they finally stood to leave, he offered her his arm, and she took it. Their steps matched as they walked through the dimly lit park. Eleanor thought about all the walks she had taken in her life, with Harold, alone, with her children, and each had marked a different season. This walk, this moment, was marking something new, the season of unexpected joy, of second chances, of love that defies convention and expectation. As he walked her to her door that evening, he paused before saying goodbye. Eleanor, I want you to know that every moment with you feels like a gift. I don't take it for granted, not for a second. Nor do I. Thank you for being patient, for understanding, for seeing me, all of me, including my past, my complexities, my fears. He kissed her forehead gently, a gesture that felt both protective and tender. Sleep well, Eleanor. Dream beautiful dreams. As she entered her home, Lily found her waiting in the living room, a knowing smile on her face. Good evening.
Perfect evening, Eleanor replied, and meant it with her whole heart.
The following Saturday, Eleanor woke to find an invitation slipped under her door, a handwritten note in elegant script. "Would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner this evening? A proper date, if you'll have me. I'll pick you up at 7. Eleanor's heart fluttered as she read the words, "a proper date." The phrase felt both thrilling and slightly terrifying. It had been decades since she'd prepared for such an occasion, and she found herself equal parts excited and nervous. "Mom, what's got you smiling like that?" Mark asked, appearing in the hallway with his morning coffee. Eleanor showed him the note, and his face broke into a wide grin. "A proper date! That's wonderful, Mom! What are you gonna wear?" "I have no idea," Eleanor admitted suddenly, feeling the weight of the occasion. "Everything in my closet feels either too old-fashioned or too casual. I don't even know what one wears to a date at 67. Lily emerged from her room, having overheard the conversation. "Mom, this calls for reinforcements. We're going shopping right now." "Shopping?" Eleanor protested weakly. "I haven't been clothes shopping for myself in years." "Exactly why we're going," Lily said firmly, already pulling out her phone to check store hours. "This is important, Mom. You deserve to feel beautiful, confident, and special." An hour later, Eleanor found herself in a boutique she'd passed countless times, but never entered, thinking it was for younger women. Lily and Mark had insisted on accompanying her, and now they were pulling dresses and outfits from racks with enthusiasm. "This one," Lily said, holding up a deep emerald dress with elegant lines. "This is perfect for you." Eleanor touched the fabric hesitantly. "Isn't it a bit much?" "Mom," Mark interjected, "tonight is about celebrating yourself, celebrating this new chapter. Nothing is too much." Encouraged by her children, Eleanor tried on several outfits. Some felt too young, others too matronal, but when she slipped into the emerald dress, she paused in front of the mirror. The woman looking back at her was someone she almost didn't recognize, not because she looked different, but because she looked alive, vibrant, beautiful in a way that transcended age. "Eleanor," Lily breathed, "you look stunning." Eleanor turned, examining herself from different angles. The dress was elegant without being overstated, sophisticated without trying too hard. It complemented her figure, brought out the color in her eyes, and made her feel like the best version of herself. "I'll take it," Eleanor said, surprising herself with the decisiveness. They also found a silk shawl in a complementary shade and a pair of elegant but comfortable shoes. As they left the boutique, packages in hand, Eleanor felt a surge of gratitude for her children's support and enthusiasm. Back home, Eleanor spent the afternoon in luxurious preparation. She took a long bath, styled her hair with more care than usual, and even applied makeup with a slightly heavier hand than her everyday routine. As 7 o'clock approached, she stood before her mirror, taking in her reflection. "You've got this," she whispered to herself. "You're Eleanor Hayes, and you deserve every bit of joy this life can offer." The doorbell rang at precisely 7 o'clock. Eleanor took a deep breath, picked up her small evening bag, and descended the stairs. Mark opened the door, and there he stood, dressed in a well-tailored suit, holding a single perfect rose.
"Eleanor," he breathed, his eyes widening with appreciation. "You look absolutely radiant." "Thank you," Eleanor replied, feeling a blush warm her cheeks. "You look rather handsome yourself." Mark cleared his throat. "You two have a wonderful evening. Mom, don't wait up for us. We're staying at Lily's place tonight, so you can have the house to yourself when you return." Eleanor shot her son a grateful look, touched by his thoughtfulness. The restaurant was intimate and elegant, with soft lighting and quiet jazz playing in the background. They were seated at a corner table, and Eleanor felt as though they were in their own private world. "I wanted tonight to be special," he said, as they settled in, "to properly honor what we've been building together." "It already is special," Eleanor replied. "Simply being here with you, having someone to share this with, it's more than I dared hope for." Their conversation flowed as easily as ever, but tonight there was an added layer of romance, of intention. They talked about their hopes for the future, about places they'd like to visit, about books they wanted to read, and experiences they hoped to share. If this moment touches your heart, please consider subscribing to Voices of Auntie Sephora. These stories of love, courage, and second chances are meant to inspire and remind us all that beautiful possibilities exist at every age. "Eleanor," he said, as dessert was served, "I want to be clear about something. I'm not interested in casual companionship or filling time. What I feel for you, what I hope we're building together, is real, deep, and important to me." Eleanor set down her fork, giving him her full attention. "I feel the same way. This isn't a distraction from loneliness or an attempt to recapture youth. This is something genuine, something that honors both who we've been and who we are now." He reached across the table, taking her hand. "I know we said we'd let this unfold naturally, without pressure, and I still believe that, but I also think it's important that we're honest about our feelings. Eleanor, I'm falling in love with you. Deeply, truly, and in a way that feels both brand new and somehow inevitable." Eleanor's eyes filled with tears, but they were tears of joy. "I'm falling in love with you too. It terrifies me sometimes, this vulnerability, this opening of a heart I thought I'd closed, but it also fills me with more happiness than I've known in years." They sat in the quiet intimacy of shared truth, hands clasped across the table. Two people who had lived full lives independently, now choosing to intertwine their stories. After dinner, they walked through the city streets, the night air cool and refreshing. The city lights twinkled around them, and Eleanor felt as though she were moving through a dream. "Would you like to come in for coffee?" Eleanor asked as they reached her door, her voice slightly nervous, despite the intimacy they'd already shared. "I'd love to," he replied. Inside, Eleanor prepared coffee while he admired the photos on her mantle, pictures of her children, of Harold, of family gatherings spanning decades. "You've built a beautiful life," he observed. "These photos tell a story of love, commitment, and family." "They do," Eleanor agreed, handing him his coffee. "And I'm grateful for every chapter, but I'm also learning that the story isn't over. There are still pages to write, still experiences to have." They settled on the sofa, talking quietly into the night. At some point, conversation gave way to comfortable silence, and Eleanor found herself leaning against him, his arm around her shoulders, feeling completely at peace. "I should go," he said, though he made no move to leave. "It's late, and I don't want to presume."
"You're not presuming," Eleanor said softly, "but I appreciate your respect. That means more to me than you know." At the door, he cupped her face gently in his hands. "Thank you for tonight, for being willing to take this leap with me." "Thank you for making it worth the leap," Eleanor replied. Their goodnight kiss was longer than the one in the park, deeper, more certain. When they finally pulled apart, both were smiling. "Good night, Eleanor. Sleep well." "Good night," she whispered, watching as he walked to his car. Eleanor closed the door and leaned against it, her heart full to bursting.
At 67, she was experiencing something she thought belonged only to her youth, the exhilaration of new love, the anticipation of what might come next, the joy of being truly seen and cherished. She climbed the stairs to her room, changed into her nightgown, and prepared for bed. But before turning off the light, she opened her journal, something she hadn't written in for months, and penned a single entry. Tonight, I remembered what it feels like to be fully alive, not just existing, not just remembering, but truly, vibrantly alive. Harold, wherever you are, I hope you can see that I'm honoring the love you taught me by remaining open to love again. Thank you for showing me that my heart is capable of this depth of feeling. This new love doesn't diminish what we had. It celebrates it by proving that love was your greatest gift to me. Eleanor closed the journal and turned off the light, falling asleep with a smile on her face and hope in her heart. The weeks that followed flowed like a gentle river, each day bringing Eleanor deeper into this new relationship while maintaining the delicate balance of her existing life. She and her companion, whose name was Thomas, she'd learned early on, though the narrative of her heart still sometimes thought of him simply as him, the one who changed everything, had settled into a comfortable rhythm of morning coffees, afternoon walks, and evening phone calls that often stretched past midnight. One crisp autumn morning, Eleanor was tending her garden when Margaret appeared at the fence, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Eleanor, dear," Margaret began, leaning against the white pickets, "I've been meaning to talk to you. There's been some talk." Eleanor straightened, brushing soil from her hands. "Talk?" Margaret nodded, her face apologetic. "Some of the neighbors, Mrs. Pemberton especially. She's been making comments about you and Thomas, suggesting that it's somehow inappropriate, that you're moving too fast, being disrespectful to Harold's memory." Eleanor felt a flash of anger, but she took a deep breath, steadying herself. "And what do you think, Margaret?" asked Eleanor. "Me?" Margaret's face broke into a warm smile. "I think you're living, Eleanor, really living, and I think anyone who can't see the joy this has brought you is too caught up in their own narrow views to recognize love when they see it." Eleanor felt tears prick her eyes. "Thank you. That means more than you know. But I'd be lying if I said that the judgment didn't sting." "Of course it does," Margaret said, reaching over the fence to squeeze Eleanor's hand. "But you're stronger than their small-mindedness. You're showing us all that life doesn't end at any particular age, that love can bloom more than once, and that courage looks like opening your heart even when it's been broken." After Margaret left, Eleanor sat on her garden bench contemplating the conversation. She knew there would be judgment, had prepared herself for it even, but experiencing it directly still felt painful. She thought about calling Thomas, seeking comfort, but decided instead to sit with these feelings, to process them on her own terms. Her phone buzzed with a text from Lily. "Mom, heard about Mrs. Pemberton. Ignore her. She's been miserable since her husband left 20 years ago and can't stand to see anyone else happy. You're doing nothing wrong. Love you."
Eleanor smiled, grateful for her daughter's fierce protectiveness. She typed back, "Thank you, sweetheart. I'm okay. Just needed a reminder that living authentically sometimes means others won't understand, and that's their limitation, not mine." That afternoon, Eleanor met Thomas at the cafe as usual, but her quiet demeanor didn't escape his notice. "Something's troubling you," he observed gently. "Do you want to talk about it?" Eleanor considered deflecting, but honesty had been the foundation of their relationship from the start. "There's been some talk, some judgment from neighbors about us, about the speed of our relationship, about whether I'm somehow dishonoring Harold." Thomas was quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "And how do you feel about it?" "Angry," Eleanor admitted. "Hurt. but also strangely freed, because their judgment has nothing to do with what we actually share. They're projecting their own fears and limitations onto us. That's very true, Thomas agreed. But Eleanor, I need to ask, does their judgment make you want to slow down? Pull back? Because if it does, I'll understand. I never want to be the source of pain or conflict in your life. Eleanor reached across the table, taking his hand firmly. No. If anything, it makes me more determined. I refuse to let others' inability to understand dictate how I live my life. I've earned the right to make my own choices, to pursue my own happiness. That's my Eleanor, Thomas said with a proud smile. Strong, clear, and unafraid to stand in her truth. Before we continue, I'd love to know, have you ever had to choose between your own happiness and others' approval? How did you navigate it? Share your story in the comments below. Your experiences might help someone else facing a similar decision. Their conversation shifted to lighter topics, but the issue of judgment remained in Eleanor's mind. That evening, Eleanor made a decision. Instead of hiding or being defensive, she would live her truth openly and allow others to adjust, or not, as they saw fit. The following Sunday, Eleanor attended church as she always had. Mrs. Pemberton was there, as expected, along with several other longtime members of the congregation. During the coffee hour after services, Eleanor noticed the whispers, the sidelong glances. Instead of retreating, Eleanor walked directly to Mrs. Pemberton's group. "Good morning, Diane. How are you?" Mrs. Pemberton looked momentarily flustered. "Oh, Eleanor, well, thank you. I understand there's been some concern about my personal life, and I wanted to address it directly. I'm seeing someone. His name is Thomas. He's kind, thoughtful, and he makes me happy. I'm not looking for approval or permission, but I am hoping for respect and understanding." The small group fell silent, clearly not expecting such directness. "Well, It's just that Harold was my husband for 40 wonderful years, and he loved me enough to want me to be happy, even after his death, especially after his death. Honoring his memory doesn't mean spending the rest of my life alone. It means carrying forward the capacity for love that he nurtured in me." An older woman named Ruth, who Eleanor had always respected, spoke up. "Eleanor's right. Who are we to judge how someone grieves or heals or finds joy again? I think what Eleanor is doing takes tremendous courage." Mrs. Pemberton looked uncomfortable, but nodded stiffly. "I suppose. I hadn't thought of it that way." Eleanor softened slightly. "I understand it might be hard to understand, but I'm the same Eleanor I've always been. I'm just also allowing myself to be happy again." As she walked away from the group, Eleanor felt lighter. She'd stood her ground, spoken her truth, and done so with grace rather than defensiveness. Later that afternoon, Thomas came to Eleanor's home for the first time to meet Lily and Mark properly. Eleanor had been nervous about this meeting, knowing how significant it was, but her children had insisted. "We want to know the man who's making our mother so happy," Lily had fed, "and we want him to know that we're part of the package, that loving you means respecting the family you've built." When Thomas arrived, carrying a bouquet for Eleanor and a bottle of wine to share, he seemed more nervous than Eleanor had ever seen him. "Deep breath," Eleanor whispered as she opened the door. "They're going to love you." Mark and Lily were waiting in the living room, and introductions were made. There was an initial awkwardness, how could there not be, but Thomas's genuine warmth and respect quickly eased the tension. "I want you both to know," Thomas said, after they'd settled with drinks,
that I have tremendous respect for your father's memory and for the life your mother built with him. I'm not trying to replace him or erase him. I'm simply grateful that Eleanor has chosen to share part of her life with me." Mark studied Thomas for a moment. "What are your intentions with our mother? I know that sounds old-fashioned, but we love her, and we want to make sure she's in good hands." "My intentions," Thomas replied thoughtfully, "are to treat her with the respect, care, and love she deserves, to be a companion who adds to her life rather than complicating it, to support her in being fully herself, and to build something meaningful, at whatever pace feels right for both of us." Lily smiled. "That's a good answer, and from what we've seen, you're already doing exactly that. Mom's been more herself, more alive in the past few weeks than we've seen in years." The evening unfolded with surprising ease. They shared stories over dinner, laughed at Thomas's self-deprecating humor, and by the end of the night, Eleanor could see that her children genuinely liked him. As Thomas prepared to leave, Mark pulled him aside briefly. Eleanor couldn't hear the full conversation, but I saw Mark's serious expression soften into a smile, and the two men shake hands warmly. "What was that about?" Eleanor asked after Thomas had left. Mark grinned. "I just told him that you're the most important person in our lives, and that anyone who makes you this happy has our full support. Also that if he ever hurts you, he'll have to answer to us." "Eleanor," Eleanor laughed, swatting his arm. "What? It's true." "But Mom, seriously, he's good for you. We can see it. And I think Dad would approve too." Eleanor hugged both her children, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, both of you. Your support means everything." That night, as Eleanor prepared for bed, she reflected on the day. The confrontation at church, the successful meeting with her children, the way Thomas had navigated it all with grace and respect. She realized that she was building something new without dismantling what came before. Her past and present weren't in conflict, they were in conversation, each informing and enriching the other. Her phone buzzed with a message from Thomas. "Thank you for tonight. Your children are wonderful, and I can see so much of you in them. I feel honored to be welcomed into your world. Sweet dreams, my dear Eleanor." Eleanor replied, "Thank you for being you. Patient, kind, and respectful of all parts of my life. I am grateful beyond words. Sleep well." As she drifted off to sleep, Eleanor felt a profound sense of peace. The judgment of others mattered less than her own truth, the approval she needed most, from her children, from herself, from the memory of Harold she had, and the love she was building with Thomas felt solid, real, and beautifully hopeful.
Winter arrived gradually, painting the city in shades of silver and white. Eleanor found herself experiencing the season with fresh eyes, noticing details that had become background noise in recent years, the way frost etched delicate patterns on windows, how bare tree branches created intricate lacework against gray skies, the particular quality of light on snowy mornings. Thomas had become a regular presence in her life, their relationship deepening naturally with each passing week. They'd established their own traditions: Tuesday morning walks regardless of weather, Friday evening dinners alternating between restaurants they'd never tried, Sunday afternoons reading together in comfortable silence. One particularly snowy Saturday, Thomas surprised Eleanor with an invitation. "I'd like to take you somewhere special," he said over the phone. "Dress warmly. I'll pick you up in an hour." Eleanor felt a flutter of anticipation as she bundled into her warmest coat, scarf, and gloves. When Thomas arrived, he was driving a car she hadn't seen before, borrowed from a friend, he explained, with skiing equipment visible in the back. "Skiing?" Eleanor asked, half laughing, half nervous. "Thomas, I haven't skied in 30 years. "Not skiing," he corrected with a mysterious smile. "Something better. Trust me? Always, Eleanor replied, surprising herself with how true the word felt. They drove for about 45 minutes, the city giving way to rolling hills covered in pristine snow. Finally, Thomas pulled into a small family-run lodge Eleanor had never heard of. Inside, they were greeted with hot cider and warm smiles. "We're going snowshoeing," Thomas explained. "It's gentle, beautiful, and I thought you might enjoy seeing the winter woods. But if it's too much, we can simply enjoy the lodge and the view." Eleanor's initial nervousness gave way to excitement. "No, I want to try. This sounds wonderful." They were fitted with snowshoes and given basic instructions, then set off on a marked trail that wound through snow-covered pines. The world was hushed, the only sounds their breathing and the soft crunch of snow beneath their feet. Sunlight filtered through the branches, creating sparkling diamonds across the white landscape. "It's magical," Eleanor breathed, pausing to take in the scene. "I'd forgotten how peaceful the woods can be in winter." Thomas smiled, clearly pleased with her reaction. "I wanted to share this with you, something new, something we'd experienced together for the first time." They walked slowly, stopping frequently to admire a particularly beautiful view or to catch their breath. Eleanor felt a sense of adventure she hadn't experienced in years, not the reckless adventure of youth, but something richer, more appreciative, the adventure of being fully present, of choosing joy, of remaining open to new experiences regardless of age. At one point, Eleanor lost her balance slightly, and Thomas was immediately there, steadying her with a gentle hand. "I've got you," he said simply, and Eleanor realized those 3 words had come to mean so much more than physical support. After their snowshoe trek, they returned to the lodge for lunch. Hearty soup, fresh bread, and the kind of simple, warming food that tastes better after physical exertion. They sat by a massive stone fireplace, hands wrapped around steaming mugs, faces flushed from cold and exercise. "Thank you for this," Eleanor said, "for continuing to surprise me, to show me that there's still so much to experience. Thank you for being willing to try, for not letting fear or age or others' expectations limit what you're open to." If Eleanor's story is reminding you that adventure has no age limit, please share this video with someone who needs that reminder. And subscribe to Voices of Auntie Sephora for more stories that celebrate the courage to keep living fully. On the drive home, Eleanor found herself reflecting on how much her life had changed. A few months ago, she would have declined such an invitation, thinking herself too old, too set in her ways, too defined by loss. But Thomas had helped her remember, or perhaps discover anew, that she was capable of so much more than she had allowed herself to be. "What are you thinking about?" Thomas asked, glancing over at her with that observant look she'd come to know so well. "About capability, about how we limit ourselves with narratives about age and propriety and what's appropriate. I was telling myself I was too old for adventure, too old for love, too old for spontaneity, but none of that is true. I'm exactly the right age for all of it because I'm alive, and that's all that's required."
Thomas reached over, squeezing her hand. "That's beautiful, Eleanor, and absolutely true." When they arrived back at Eleanor's home, the sun was beginning to set, painting the snow-covered yard in shades of pink and gold. Thomas walked her to the door, and Eleanor found herself not wanting the day to end. "Would you like to come in?" she asked. "Lily and Mark are away for the weekend. I could make us dinner, or we could order something." Thomas looked at her carefully, understanding the significance of the invitation. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Eleanor said firmly. "I don't want this day to end yet." Inside, Eleanor made tea while Thomas started a fire in the living room fireplace. They settled on the sofa with a comfortable familiarity, Eleanor curling her legs beneath her, Thomas's arm naturally finding its place around her shoulders. "I need to tell you something," Eleanor said, turning slightly to face him. "Something I've been feeling, but haven't quite known how to express." Thomas gave him his full attention, his expression open and patient. "When Harold died, I thought that chapter of my life was closed. Not just being married to him specifically, but being loved, being seen, being someone's priority. I thought that was something I'd had my turn at, and now I would simply exist in the memories of it." She paused, gathering her thoughts. "But you've shown me that's not true. You've reminded me that I'm still here, still worthy of love and attention and care. And more than that, you've helped me see that this isn't a lesser version of love because we're older. If anything, it's richer because we bring so much more to it: experience, wisdom, appreciation for how precious and fragile connection is." Thomas's eyes were bright with emotion. "Eleanor, loving you has been one of the greatest gifts of my life. You're right. This isn't lesser. It's different, and in many ways it's more. We've both known loss. We both understand that nothing is guaranteed, so every moment we have feels both more urgent and more sacred." "I love you," Eleanor said, the words emerging naturally, without planning or rehearsal. "I love you, Thomas, fully, deeply, and without reservation." "I love you too," he replied, his voice thick with emotion. "I have for weeks now, but I was waiting for the right moment to say it." They kissed then, a kiss that conveyed everything they'd been building toward: trust, desire, commitment, and hope. When they pulled apart, both were smiling, a little teary, and completely certain. "I don't want you to leave tonight," Eleanor said softly. "I want you to stay. Not just for tonight, but I want to explore what it means for us to truly build a life together." Thomas cupped her face gently. "Are you sure? There's no rush, Eleanor. We have time." "I'm 67 years old," Eleanor said with a slight laugh. "I've learned that we have exactly now. Tomorrow isn't promised, and I don't want to waste a single moment of the time we do have by being cautious about something I'm absolutely certain of." They ordered dinner, Chinese food from Eleanor's favorite place, and ate it in front of the fire, talking about everything and nothing. They discussed their hopes for the future, their fears, their dreams. They talked about practical things too: how they might blend their lives, what that would look like, how to navigate the reactions of others. "I still have my own home," Thomas said. "I'm not suggesting we rush into living together, but I'd like us to think about what we want our future to look like, how we want to spend our time, what would make both of us happy." "I'd like that," Eleanor agreed. "I think we should take our time with the practical details, but I don't want to be cautious about the emotional truth. I love you, and I want to build something real and lasting." As the evening deepened into night, they moved from the living room to Eleanor's bedroom, a space she'd kept almost shrine-like since Harold's death, unchanged, preserved in memory. But tonight, it transformed into something new. Not a betrayal of the past, but an opening to the future. Their intimacy was tender, unhurried, filled with both vulnerability and joy. Eleanor discovered that her body, which she'd thought finished with passion, was capable of pleasure and connection she'd thought lost forever. More than the physical, though, was the emotional intimacy, the absolute trust, the lack of pretense, the beautiful vulnerability of being completely seen.
Afterward, lying in Thomas's arms, Eleanor felt utterly at peace. "I feel like myself again," she whispered. "Not who I was with Harold, but who I am now. Complete, alive, fully present." "You are all of those things," Thomas murmured, kissing her forehead. "You've always been. I just had the privilege of witnessing it."
They fell asleep like that, wrapped in each other and in the certainty of what they'd found together. And for the first time in years, Eleanor slept deeply, dreamlessly, completely content. Eleanor woke to sunlight streaming through her bedroom window and the unfamiliar but wonderful sensation of another person beside her. For a moment, she simply lay still, absorbing the reality of it. Thomas, here in her bed, in her space, in her life in this new and intimate way. He stirred, opening his eyes and smiling when he saw her watching him. "Good morning," he said softly. "No regrets?" "None," Eleanor replied immediately. "You?" "Only that we didn't find each other sooner," Thomas said, pulling her closer. "But then again, maybe we needed all those years of living first to be ready for this." They stayed in bed longer than Eleanor had in years, talking quietly, laughing, planning their day. Eventually, the practical need for coffee drove them downstairs, where Eleanor made breakfast while Thomas set the table. A small domestic scene that felt both extraordinary and utterly natural. "I should probably go home and change," Thomas said after breakfast. "I don't want to presume or overstay." "You're not," Eleanor assured him. "But I understand. I need to do some things today anyway, and I think I need a little time to process everything, not in a bad way, but just to sit with how happy I am." Before he left, Thomas pulled her into a long embrace. "Can I see you tonight, or is that too much?" Eleanor laughed. "Tonight would be perfect. Come for dinner. I'll cook and we can just be together." After Thomas left, Eleanor moved through her house with a lightness she hadn't felt in years. She called Lily, unable to keep the news to herself. "Mom, you sound different." "Good different. What happened?" "Thomas stayed over last night." Then quickly added, "And before you worry, it was wonderful. Perfect, actually. And I wanted you to hear it from me." There was a pause, then Lily's voice came through warm and supportive. "Mom, I'm happy for you. Really, truly happy. You deserve all of this. The love, the intimacy, the joy. How do you feel?" "Alive. For the first time in so long, I feel completely alive." They talked for almost an hour, Eleanor sharing details she felt comfortable sharing with her daughter, Lily offering support and asking thoughtful questions. When they finally hung up, Eleanor felt even more certain that she was on the right path. The day passed in a pleasant blur of ordinary tasks made extraordinary by Eleanor's elevated mood. She went to the market, humming to herself as she selected ingredients for dinner. She ran into several neighbors, and instead of feeling defensive or worried about judgment, she simply smiled and greeted them warmly, secure in her choices. Mrs. Thompson from the cafe stopped her in the produce section. "Eleanor, I have to say, you're absolutely glowing these days. Love suits you."
"Thank you, Mrs. Thompson," Eleanor replied. "I feel very fortunate." "As you should," the older woman said with a knowing smile. "Life is too short not to grab happiness when it presents itself. Good for you for having the courage." These small affirmations from her community meant more than Eleanor had expected. Not everyone would understand or approve, but those who mattered, those who genuinely cared about her happiness, were showing their support in beautiful, simple ways. That evening, Eleanor prepared a special dinner. Nothing too elaborate, but made with care and love. She set the table with candles, put on music that Harold had loved but that she'd stopped playing after his death, and allowed herself to feel the full spectrum of her emotions.
There was no conflict between honoring her past and embracing her present. Both could exist. Both were valid. Both were part of who she was. When Thomas arrived, carrying flowers and wearing a smile that made Eleanor's heart skip, she felt a rush of pure happiness. This was her life now, not in spite of her past, but inclusive of it, built on the foundation of everything she'd learned and experienced. Over dinner, they talked about their childhoods, their first loves, their regrets and triumphs. Thomas shared about his late wife, Maria, who died 5 years earlier after a long illness. "I thought I was done," he admitted. "Done with love, with intimacy, with opening myself up to the possibility of loss again. And then I saw you at that fountain, and something in me just woke up." "I know exactly what you mean," Eleanor said. "I was going through the motions of living, but I wasn't actually alive. You changed that." Before we continue, I want to take a moment to thank you for journeying with Eleanor. If her story is touching your heart, please take a second to like this video and leave a comment about what love means to you at this stage of your life. Your reflections enrich this community. After dinner, they settled in the living room with coffee and dessert. Thomas pulled out his phone and showed Eleanor photos. His children, his grandchildren, moments from his life that he wanted to share with her. "I'd like you to meet them," he said. "My family. They know about you and they're curious, in a good way. My daughter especially has been pushing me to bring you to Sunday dinner." I felt a flutter of nervousness. "That's a big step." "Only if you're ready," Thomas assured her. "There's no pressure, but I want you to know that you're important enough to me that I want you integrated into all parts of my life." "I'd like that," Eleanor decided. "I'd like to meet them. And maybe you could come to Lily's house next weekend. She's having a family dinner, and she specifically asked if you'd join us." "I'd be honored," Thomas said. They spent the rest of the evening in comfortable companionship, reading, talking, simply being together. At one point, Eleanor looked up from her book to find Thomas watching her with such tenderness that it took her breath away. "What?" she asked, smiling. "I'm just thinking about how lucky I am," he said. "How easily I could have walked a different path that morning at the fountain. How many little choices led to this moment right here." "I think about that too," Eleanor admitted. "All the tiny decisions that brought us to each other. It feels like fate, but also like choice. Like each of us had to be ready, willing, and brave enough to say yes." "That's exactly it," Thomas agreed. "We chose this. We choose each other every day." As the evening drew to a close, Thomas stood to leave, but Eleanor stopped him. "Stay," she said simply, "if you want to. I don't want to be apart tonight." "Are you sure?" Thomas asked, though his expression showed how much he wanted to say yes. "I'm sure," Eleanor said. "I'm done being cautious about something that feels this right." They went upstairs together, and as they prepared for bed, moving around each other with growing familiarity, learning the small intimacies of shared space, Eleanor felt a profound sense of rightness. This was what the rest of her life could look like. Shared moments, quiet intimacy, the comfort of being known and loved. In bed, Thomas pulled her close, and Eleanor rested her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. "I never thought I'd have this again," she whispered. "This feeling of being home in another person." "Neither did I," Thomas replied. "But here we are. And Eleanor, I want you to know that I'm committed to this, to us. For however long we have, I'm all in." "So am I," Eleanor said, "completely." They fell asleep like that, two people who lived full lives separately,
now choosing to intertwine their remaining years. There were still challenges ahead, families to fully integrate, logistics to work out, the inevitable opinions of others to navigate. But lying there in the darkness, Eleanor felt equipped to handle whatever came, because she wasn't facing it alone. The next morning, Eleanor woke before Thomas and lay quietly watching him sleep. His face was peaceful, relaxed, and she felt a surge of affection so strong it almost hurt. This man, this unexpected gift, had returned her to herself, not by completing her, she'd been complete all along, but by reminding her that she was still capable of growth, change, and love. When Thomas woke, they made breakfast together, moving around Eleanor's kitchen with easy coordination. Mark stopped by unexpectedly and found them laughing over burnt toast, flour on their clothes from an attempt at pancakes. "Well, this is domestic," Mark said with a grin, clearly pleased rather than uncomfortable with the scene. "Join us," Eleanor invited. "We're making a mess of breakfast, but there's plenty to share." The three of them sat together, and Eleanor watched as Mark and Thomas talked about sports, books, and local politics. There was an ease between them that made Eleanor's heart swell. Her past and present weren't in conflict. They were in harmony, each enriching the other. After Mark left, Thomas helped Eleanor clean up the kitchen. "Your children are wonderful," he said. "You did an amazing job raising them. They're pretty great, and they seem to genuinely like you, which means everything." "The feeling is mutual," Thomas said. "I can see so much of you in them, the kindness, the thoughtfulness, the courage to embrace life fully." As they finished the dishes, Eleanor realized that these ordinary moments of shared domesticity, were what she'd been missing. Not grand gestures or dramatic declarations, but the simple comfort of partnership, of having someone to share the mundane joys of daily life. The next week brought a flurry of new experiences as Eleanor and Thomas began the process of truly integrating their lives. Sunday dinner at Thomas's daughter's house was approaching, and Eleanor found herself both excited and nervous. "What if they don't like me?" Eleanor asked Thomas over coffee on Thursday morning. "What if they think I'm not right for you or that we're moving too fast?" Thomas reached across the table, taking her hand. "Eleanor, they're going to love you. My daughter Rachel has been worried about me being lonely. She'll be thrilled to see me this happy. And if by some chance they don't immediately warm to you, they'll come around. But I honestly don't think that will be a problem." Saturday afternoon, Eleanor spent with Lily discussing what to wear and what to bring to the dinner. "Mom, you're overthinking this," Lily said, watching her mother try on her third outfit. "Just be yourself. That's who Thomas fell in love with, and that's who his family will appreciate." I know. It's just been so long since I've had to make a first impression that matters this much." "The burgundy dress," Lily decided. "It makes you look sophisticated but approachable. And bring that apple tart you make. Everyone loves that." Sunday arrived bright and cold, with a dusting of fresh snow overnight making everything look clean and new. Thomas picked Eleanor up, and she noticed he seemed a bit nervous too, which somehow made her feel better. "We're both ridiculous," Eleanor said with a laugh as they drove. "Two people in their 60s, nervous about a family dinner." "It means it matters," Thomas replied. "If we weren't nervous, it would mean we didn't care." Rachel's home was warm and welcoming, filled with the sounds of children playing and the smell of something delicious cooking. Rachel herself answered the door, a woman in her early 40s with her father's warm eyes and genuine smile. "You must be Eleanor," Rachel said, pulling her into an unexpected hug. "I'm so glad you're here. Dad has told us so much about you." Inside, Eleanor was introduced to Rachel's husband, David,
Their 2 children, Emma, 12, and Jake, 9, and Thomas's son, Michael, who'd driven in from 2 hours away with his wife, Claire. The initial awkwardness Eleanor had feared never materialized. The children were curious and friendly, asking her about her own grandchildren and whether she liked video games. Michael was warm but more reserved, clearly taking measure of this woman who'd captured his father's heart. During dinner, Claire asked Eleanor about her work before retirement, and Eleanor found herself sharing stories from her years as a librarian, a detail she hadn't mentioned much to Thomas, but that sparked animated conversation about favorite books and reading habits. Dad mentioned you love poetry, Rachel said. He's been reading more since meeting you. I found him with a Robert Frost collection last week, which is definitely your influence. Eleanor smiled, catching Thomas's eye across the table. Your father has reintroduced me to many things I'd set aside. He's been good for me in more ways than I can express. After dinner, while the men cleaned up the kitchen, Rachel invited Eleanor to join her on the back porch with glasses of wine. I want to thank you, Rachel said once they were settled, for bringing my dad back to life. After Mom died, he went through the motions, but there was no joy. These past couple of months, he's been different, lighter, happier. That's because of you. Eleanor felt tears prick her eyes. He's done the same for me. I'd resigned myself to a quiet existence, and he reminded me that there was still so much living left to do. Can I ask you something personal? Rachel said hesitantly. And please, feel free to tell me it's none of your business. Of course, Eleanor replied. Are you and Dad thinking long term? Because I don't want to see him hurt. He's already lost one great love. If this is just casual for you, I need to know. Eleanor appreciated the directness, the protective love behind the question. It's not casual. I love your father. Deeply, truly, and with every intention of building a future together. I know that's fast by some standards, but at our age, time feels different. We both know how precious it is, how quickly it can be taken away. I'm all in, Rachel. Completely. Rachel's eyes filled with tears. That's what I needed to hear. Thank you for being honest. Before we continue, let me ask you, have you ever had to earn the trust of someone else's family? How did you navigate that? Share your experience in the comments. I'd love to hear your stories. Back inside, Michael pulled Eleanor aside as people were getting ready to leave. I want to apologize if I seemed standoffish earlier. It's not about you specifically. It's hard watching Dad move on from Mom, even though I know that's what she would have wanted. I understand, Eleanor said gently. And I want you to know that I'm not trying to replace your mother or erase her memory. From what your father has told me, she was an extraordinary woman. I'm simply grateful that he's willing to share his life with me now.
Michael nodded, his expression softening. He seems really happy. That's what matters. And Claire likes you a lot. She's usually a good judge of character. As they drove home that evening, Eleanor felt lighter than she had all week. That went well, she said with relief. Your family is wonderful, Thomas. They loved you, Thomas replied. Rachel texted me while we were saying goodbye. She said, and I quote, "Don't let this one go, Dad. She's special." Eleanor laughed. Well, I have no intention of going anywhere. The next evening, it was Eleanor's turn to introduce Thomas to more of her extended family. Lily was hosting a dinner that would include not just Mark, but also Eleanor's sister Patricia, who was visiting from out of state. Patricia was the wild card. 3 years younger than Eleanor, she'd never quite approved of Harold, thinking him too conventional for her adventurous sister. Eleanor had no idea how Patricia would react to Thomas, but she knew her sister's opinion mattered. Patricia arrived fashionably late, sweeping into Lily's house with her usual dramatic flair. She was dressed in a colorful caftan and multiple scarves, her silver hair styled in an elegant updo.
So, you're the famous Thomas, Patricia said, looking him up and down with an appraising eye. The man who's got my sister acting like a teenager again. Patricia, Eleanor protested, but Thomas laughed. Guilty as charged, he said, extending his hand. Though I'd argue your sister acts more like herself than a teenager, which is even better. Patricia's eyes sparkled. Good answer. Come, sit with me. I want to hear everything. Over dinner, Patricia grilled Thomas with questions that Eleanor found mortifying, but that Thomas handled with grace and humor. He talked about his work before retirement, his late wife, his children, and his intentions with Eleanor, all while managing to charm Patricia completely. I like him, Patricia announced loud enough for everyone to hear. He's got backbone, humor, and he clearly adores you, Eleanor. Much better than Harold, if you ask me. Patricia! Eleanor gasped, but several people laughed, including Thomas. It's okay, Thomas said, squeezing Eleanor's hand under the table. I'm not competing with Harold. I'm just grateful to be here now. After dinner, Patricia pulled Eleanor into the kitchen while others were having dessert in the living room. Listen to me, little sister, Patricia said, her tone serious despite the wine they'd consumed. I was worried when Lily told me you were seeing someone, worried you were just lonely and latching on to the first man who showed interest. But that's not what this is. I can see how you two look at each other, how you move around each other like you've been doing it for years. This is real. It is, Eleanor confirmed. I love him, Patricia. Different from how I loved Harold, but no less deeply. Then don't let anyone, including your own fears or doubts, talk you out of it, Patricia said firmly. You deserve every bit of happiness you can grab in this life. Promise me you'll be brave enough to take it. I promise, Eleanor said, hugging her sister tightly. As the evening wound down and guests began leaving, Thomas helped Eleanor and Lily with the cleanup. Watching him joke with Mark while drying dishes, seeing how naturally he fit into her family's dynamic, Eleanor felt a profound sense of gratitude. Later, as Thomas drove her home, Eleanor reflected on the evening. Both our families. In the span of 2 days, we've introduced each other to the people who matter most, and everyone approves.
More than approves, Thomas corrected. They're happy for us. They see what we see, that this is something worth celebrating. At Eleanor's door, Thomas kissed her gently. Stay with me tonight? Eleanor asked. I don't want to be alone after such a full day. I want to process it with you. I'd love to, Thomas replied. Inside, they made tea and settled on the couch, Eleanor curled against Thomas's side, his arm around her shoulders. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, Eleanor admitted, for something to go wrong, for this to be too good to be true. I understand that fear, Thomas said, but maybe this is just good. Maybe we're allowed to have something that's simply beautifully good, without complications or tragedy. Maybe, Eleanor agreed, though she could hear the hope and uncertainty in her own voice. Eleanor, look at me, Thomas said gently. She turned to face him. We've both known loss. We both understand that nothing is guaranteed. But that doesn't mean we should hold back or protect ourselves from joy. If anything, knowing how fragile life is should make us more determined to embrace what we have while we have it. Eleanor nodded, feeling the truth of his words settle into her bones. You're right. I don't want to waste our time together being afraid of losing it. Then don't, Thomas said simply. Be here with me now, fully present. That's all we can do. That's all any of us can ever do. They sat in comfortable silence, the house quiet around them, and Eleanor allowed herself to simply be, to feel the warmth of Thomas beside her, to hear the steady rhythm of his breathing, to appreciate the miracle of having found love again when she thought that chapter of her life was closed forever. As winter deepened, Eleanor and Thomas's relationship settled into a comfortable rhythm that felt both established and continually evolving. They'd been together for nearly 4 months now, and the initial nervousness had given way to a deep, abiding comfort with each other. One snowy Tuesday morning, Eleanor received an unexpected phone call from the community center. They were organizing a Valentine's Day event for seniors and wanted to feature couples who'd found love later in life. Would Eleanor and Thomas be willing to share their story? Eleanor's first instinct was to decline. The thought of being on display, of inviting scrutiny and judgment, made her uncomfortable. But as she discussed it with Thomas over lunch that day, her perspective began to shift. "What if our story could help someone else?" Thomas suggested. "Someone who's lonely and has given up hope. What if hearing that we found each other at 67 and 69 could give them courage?" Eleanor considered this. "You're right. I remember how isolated I felt, how I'd resigned myself to spending the rest of my life alone. If I'd known that love was still possible, it might have changed how I approached those years." "So, we'll do it?" Thomas asked. Eleanor took a deep breath. "Yes, let's do it." The event was scheduled for the Saturday before Valentine's Day. Eleanor spent the intervening weeks preparing, not just her words, but her mindset. She'd be speaking publicly about something deeply personal, and she wanted to do it in a way that honored both her past with Harold and her present with Thomas. The morning of the event, Eleanor woke early, her stomach fluttering with nervous energy. Thomas had stayed over, and he made us a quiet breakfast while Eleanor rehearsed what she wanted to say. "Stop overthinking," Thomas said gently, placing a plate of eggs and toast in front of her. "Just speak from your heart. That's all anyone needs to hear."
The community center was decorated with red and pink hearts, flowers, and twinkling lights. About 75 people had gathered, some couples, some singles, all seniors interested in the topic of late-life love. Eleanor spotted several familiar faces, including Margaret, who waved enthusiastically from the third row. The event coordinator, a cheerful woman named Susan, introduced 3 couples who'd be sharing their stories. Eleanor and Thomas were last. As she listened to the other couples, one who'd reconnected after 50 years apart, another who'd met at a grief support group, Eleanor felt her nervousness ease. These were simply people who'd been brave enough to remain open to love. When it was their turn, Eleanor and Thomas walked to the front hand in hand. Thomas had insisted they do this together as a conversation rather than separate speeches. "Good afternoon," Eleanor began, her voice surprisingly steady. "My name is Eleanor Hayes, and this is Thomas Mitchell. 4 months ago, I was a widow who'd spent 10 years learning to live alone. I'd made peace with the idea that romantic love was behind me, that my job now was to be a grandmother, a friend, maybe volunteer at the library. I'd accepted a quiet life." Thomas picked up the thread. "And I was a widower who lost my wife 5 years ago. I'd thrown myself into hobbies, spent time with my children and grandchildren, but there was an emptiness I'd learned to live with. I thought that was just how the rest of my life would be. Then one morning," Eleanor continued, "I was walking through the park, as I'd done hundreds of times before, and I saw Thomas feeding the pigeons by the fountain. There was something about him, I can't even explain what, that made me stop. If you're inspired by Eleanor and Thomas's courage to share their story, please take a moment to share this video with someone who might need hope. And subscribe to Voices of Auntie Sephora for more stories that celebrate the beauty of love at every age." "I noticed her too," Thomas said, smiling at Eleanor. "The way she moved through the world with such intention, such presence. I found myself walking the same path the next day, hoping to see her again." Eleanor took over. "We met at a cafe, and from that first conversation, I knew something was different. Thomas didn't see a widow of a certain age. He saw Eleanor. All of who I am, past and present. He made me feel seen in a way I hadn't in years. What I want people to understand," Thomas addressed the audience directly,
is that love at our age isn't a consolation prize or a settling for companionship. It's real, deep, and in many ways richer than what I experienced in my youth. We bring our whole lives to this relationship, our joys, our sorrows, our wisdom, our scars. And somehow, all of that makes what we share more precious. Eleanor nodded. I was afraid at first, afraid of betraying my late husband's memory, afraid of what my children would think, afraid of what the community would say. And yes, there has been judgment. Some people think we're moving too fast, that it's inappropriate somehow. But here's what I've learned, Eleanor continued, her voice growing stronger. Life is too short to let fear or others' opinions dictate how we live. Harold loved me enough to want me to be happy even after he was gone. My children support me because they see how alive I am now. And the opinions of people who can't understand or celebrate love, those simply don't matter. Thomas squeezed her hand. What we want you all to know, especially those of you who might be lonely or have given up hope, is that it's never too late. Love doesn't have an expiration date. The heart doesn't retire. Yes, it's scary to be vulnerable again. Yes, there's risk in opening yourself up to potential loss. But the alternative, closing yourself off from the possibility of connection, that's a greater loss. So if you're here today wondering if love could still happen for you, my answer is yes, absolutely yes. Stay open, stay present. Don't let age or grief or fear convince you that your story is over, because mine wasn't, and I'm so grateful I was brave enough to discover that. The audience erupted in applause, and Eleanor saw several people wiping tears from their eyes. As they and Thomas returned to their seats, a woman in her 70s stopped them. "Thank you," the woman said, her voice thick with emotion. "My husband died 3 years ago, and I've been telling myself I'm too old for romance. But hearing your story, maybe I'm not. Maybe I just need to be open to the possibility." "That's exactly right," Eleanor said, taking the woman's hand. "Just be open. You never know what might happen." After the formal presentations, there was a social hour with refreshments. Eleanor and Thomas found themselves surrounded by people wanting to talk, to share their own stories, to ask questions about how they'd navigated family reactions and community judgment. Margaret cornered Eleanor at the punch bowl. "I'm so proud of you," she said, speaking so honestly, so bravely. "You've always been courageous, Eleanor, but this is a whole new level." "I didn't feel brave," Eleanor admitted. "I felt terrified." "That's what courage is," Margaret replied. "Being terrified and doing it anyway." As the event wound down, Susan, the coordinator, approached them. "I can't thank you enough for sharing your story. I've already had 6 people ask about organizing a social group for seniors interested in dating. Your openness has created something beautiful." Driving home that evening, Eleanor felt exhausted but fulfilled. "I think we did something good today," she said to Thomas. "We did," he agreed. "We told the truth. We showed people that love is possible. That matters more than you know." That night, as they settled in Eleanor's living room with tea and the comfortable silence of people who'd shared something significant, Eleanor's phone buzzed with texts from Lily, from Mark, from friends who'd heard about the event. All of them were supportive, proud, and moved by what she and Thomas had shared. One message, though, stood out. It was from Patricia. "Little sister, you never ceased to amaze me. You stood up in front of everyone and claimed your right to love and happiness. That's the Eleanor I've always known. The one who's brave enough to live authentically, no matter what anyone thinks. I love you." Eleanor showed the message to Thomas, tears in her eyes. "I think I needed that. Needed to know that being vulnerable in public wasn't foolish or attention-seeking, but actually brave." "It was brave," Thomas confirmed, "and important. You gave people permission to hope, Eleanor. That's a remarkable gift."
They sat together in the quiet evening, and Eleanor reflected on how far she'd come. 4 months ago, she'd been a woman frozen in grief, convinced her best days were behind her. Now she was someone who spoke publicly about love, who embraced vulnerability, who believed in the possibility of joy. "What are you thinking?" Thomas asked, noticing her contemplative expression. "That life keeps surprising me. Every time I think I've reached the limits of what's possible, something new opens up. 4 months ago, I couldn't have imagined standing in front of 75 people and talking about falling in love. Now I've done it, and it feels liberating." "That's growth," Thomas said. "That's what happens when we remain open to life." Eleanor leaned her head on his shoulder, feeling the steady comfort of his presence. Outside, snow began to fall again, blanketing the world in quiet white. Inside, Eleanor felt warm, safe, and incredibly fortunate. "Thank you," she whispered. "For what?" Thomas asked. "For seeing me that day at the fountain, for taking a chance, for loving me so completely that I found the courage to love myself again." Thomas kissed the top of her head. "The pleasure and privilege are entirely mine." As the evening deepened into night, they remained there, two people who'd lived full lives separately, now choosing to spend whatever time remained together. And in that choice, in that commitment, there was something beautiful, a testament to the human heart's remarkable capacity for resilience, renewal, and love. Valentine's Day arrived with a fresh snowfall that transformed the city into a winter wonderland. Eleanor woke early, feeling a flutter of excitement she hadn't experienced on this holiday in years. During her marriage to Harold, they'd always celebrated modestly. A nice dinner, flowers, simple expressions of love that had meant everything. After his death, Valentine's Day had become just another painful reminder of what she'd lost. But this year was different. Thomas had been mysteriously secretive about his plans, only telling Eleanor to dress nicely and be ready by noon. Lily had called the previous evening, practically bursting with excitement about something she wouldn't reveal, which made Eleanor suspect her children were somehow involved in whatever Thomas had planned. At precisely noon, the doorbell rang. Eleanor opened it to find Thomas standing there in a handsome suit, holding an enormous bouquet of red roses and white lilies. Harold's favorite flowers had been roses, but lilies were Eleanor's. The combination felt intentional, thoughtful, in acknowledgement of both her past and present. "You look beautiful," Thomas said, taking in Eleanor's deep red dress, another deliberate choice, as she'd been avoiding red since Harold's death, associating it too closely with the life she'd lost.
"Thank you," Eleanor replied, accepting the flowers. "And thank you for these. They're perfect." "I have a day planned for us," Thomas said, as Eleanor arranged the flowers in a vase, "if you're willing to trust me and go along with some surprises." "Always," Eleanor said, meaning it completely. Their first stop was the art museum, which Eleanor mentioned loving but hadn't visited in years. Thomas had arranged a private tour of a new exhibition featuring love letters throughout history, from ancient Egypt to modern times. As they walked through the galleries, reading centuries-old expressions of devotion, Eleanor felt connected to a long human tradition of love that transcended age, era, or circumstance. "This one," Thomas said, stopping before a letter from a Victorian woman to her second husband, written after she'd been widowed. "I thought of you when I saw it." Eleanor read the elegant script. "I thought my heart had finished its work, having loved once and lost. But you have shown me that the heart is not a vessel that empties, but a garden that can bloom anew, even in winter. For this gift of unexpected spring, I am eternally grateful." Eleanor's eyes filled with tears. "That's exactly it," she whispered. "That's exactly how I feel." Thomas pulled her close. "Me too. Exactly." After the museum, they had lunch at an elegant restaurant overlooking the river. Over wine and exquisite food, they talked about everything and nothing. Favorite memories, hopes for spring, a trip they were planning to take in the summer.
"There's something I want to discuss," Thomas said as dessert was served. "Nothing scary, I promise, but something important." Eleanor felt her heart rate quicken. "Okay." "I've been thinking about our living situations. We spend most nights together, either at your place or mine, but we're still maintaining two households. It seems inefficient, and more importantly, I miss you when we're apart." "I feel the same way," Eleanor admitted. "I'm not suggesting we rush into anything, but I'd like us to seriously consider what it might look like to combine our lives more permanently, whether that means one of us moves in with the other, or we find a new place together, or something else entirely. I want us to think about our future in concrete terms." Eleanor felt a swirl of emotions: excitement, nervousness, hope. "I'd like that too. I've been hesitant to bring it up, worried it might seem presumptuous or rushed." 4 months might seem fast to some people, but at our age, we know what we want. We've both been married before. We know what works and what doesn't. Why waste time pretending we're not building something permanent? "I agree," Eleanor said, reaching across the table for his hand. "Let's start having those conversations. What combining our lives would actually look like." Before we continue with Eleanor's beautiful day, I want to hear from you. What does love look like at your stage of life? How has your understanding of romance and partnership evolved? Share your thoughts in the comments. Your insights create such meaningful conversations in this community. After lunch, Thomas drove them to a small theater Eleanor had never heard of. "One more surprise," he said, looking pleased with himself. Inside, Eleanor was shocked to find her children, Thomas's family, Margaret, and about 20 other close friends gathered. The theater had been transformed into an intimate celebration space with flowers, candles, and soft music. "What is this?" Eleanor asked, overwhelmed. "A celebration," Lily said, coming forward to hug her mother. "Of you, of Thomas, of the love you found. We wanted to honor that."
Rachel added, "Dad's been alone for so long. Seeing him this happy, this alive, it deserves to be celebrated." What followed was one of the most moving afternoons of Eleanor's life. People took turns sharing what Eleanor and Thomas's relationship had meant to them, how it had inspired them, how it had changed their perspectives on love and aging. Margaret spoke about watching Eleanor transform from a woman going through the motions to someone fully engaged with life. Mark talked about learning from his mother that courage means being vulnerable, even when you're scared. Patricia shared how Eleanor's willingness to love again had helped her process her own divorce and consider opening her heart again. But the most surprising speaker was Mrs. Pemberton, the neighbor who'd initially been critical. "I owe Eleanor an apology," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "I judged her harshly, questioned her choices, suggested she was being disrespectful to her late husband. I was wrong. Watching Eleanor and Thomas over these past months, I've realized I was projecting my own fears and regrets onto them. My husband left me years ago, and I've been bitter ever since, closing myself off from any possibility of love. Eleanor's courage has made me reconsider. Maybe it's not too late for any of us." Eleanor was crying openly now, as were several others in the room. When it came time for her and Thomas to speak, Eleanor struggled to find words adequate to the moment. "I don't know what to say," she began, voice thick with emotion, "except thank you. Thank you for supporting us, for celebrating us, for showing us that love, real, honest, joyful love, is always worth embracing no matter when it arrives." Thomas wrapped his arm around her. "Eleanor has taught me that the heart doesn't have a shelf life, that it's never too late to start a new chapter, and that love, the second time around, can be just as profound.
maybe even more so because it comes with wisdom, perspective, and deep appreciation for how rare and precious it is. After the speeches, there was cake, champagne, and dancing. Eleanor found herself swaying in Thomas's arms to a love song from the 1960s, surrounded by the people who mattered most, feeling more loved and supported than she ever could have imagined. "This is the best Valentine's Day of my life," Eleanor whispered to Thomas. "Better than any I had in my youth, better than any I could have imagined." "Mine too," Thomas replied, "and there will be many more." As the party wound down, Lily pulled Eleanor aside. "Mom, there's one more thing. Thomas asked us for permission to do something, and we wanted you to know we gave it enthusiastically." "Permission for what?" Eleanor asked, confused. Lily just smiled. "You'll see." As the last guests were leaving, Thomas asked Eleanor to step outside with him. The sun was setting, painting the snow-covered street in shades of pink and gold. They walked a short distance to a small park across from the theater, where a path had been cleared through the snow. Thomas stopped at a bench overlooking a frozen pond, a bench with a small plaque that read, "Eleanor and Harold, 1958 to 2018. True love never ends." Eleanor's breath caught. "Thomas, what?" "Lily told me this was where Harold proposed to you, where you came on your first date. I wanted you to know that I honor that. I honor what you had with him, what he meant to you, the life you built together." Tears streamed down Eleanor's face. "That's the most thoughtful thing anyone has ever done for me." "Eleanor," Thomas said, taking both her hands in his, "what Harold began, teaching you to love deeply, to be brave, to remain open to life, I want to continue. Not replace, but continue, because the capacity for love he nurtured in you is what made it possible for you to love me." Thomas reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. Eleanor's heart stopped. "I know we've only known each other 4 months. I know some people will say it's too soon, that we're too old, that we should just be companions. But Eleanor Hayes, I know my heart, and I know yours. I know that what we have is rare and real and worth claiming fully. Will you marry me?" Eleanor couldn't speak through her tears. She could only nod, pulling Thomas to his feet and kissing him as the last rays of sunlight gilded the snow around them.
Yes, she finally managed. Yes, absolutely yes. Thomas slipped the ring onto her finger, a beautiful sapphire surrounded by small diamonds. "I chose sapphire because blue was your mother's favorite color," according to Lily. "I wanted it to represent not just our future, but all the love and history you carry." Eleanor looked at the ring, then at Thomas, then back at the bench commemorating her past love, and felt no conflict, no guilt, only profound gratitude. Life had given her not one great love, but 2, and somehow each made the other more precious. They walked back to the theater hand in hand, and when they entered to share the news with their waiting families, the room erupted in celebration. Lily and Rachel hugged and cried. Mark and Michael shook hands, grinning. Patricia shouted, "About damn time!" As Eleanor stood surrounded by love, her children, Thomas's family, dear friends, all celebrating this new beginning, she reflected on the journey that had brought her here. The grief, the loneliness, the slow rebuilding, and finally, the courage to open her heart again. "What are you thinking?" Thomas whispered, pulling her close. "That life is astonishing, that love is infinite, that at 67, I'm not ending my story, I'm beginning its most beautiful chapter yet." The news of the engagement spread quickly through Eleanor's community. The next morning, her phone was flooded with messages of congratulations, surprise, and in a few cases, barely concealed disapproval.
Eleanor handled each with grace, thanking those who celebrated with her and politely but firmly setting boundaries with those who questioned her choices. One message, however, gave her pause. It was from Harold's sister Janet, whom Eleanor hadn't heard from in over a year. "Eleanor, I heard your news. I need to speak with you in person. Can we meet for coffee this week?" Eleanor's stomach knotted. Janet had been devastated by Harold's death and had struggled to move forward. Eleanor wasn't sure how she'd react to this engagement. "What do you think, Thomas? Should I meet with her?" "Only if you feel ready. But Eleanor, you don't owe anyone an explanation or justification for your choices, not even Harold's family." "I know, but Janet and I were close once. I'd like to try to help her understand." They met at a quiet cafe on Wednesday afternoon. Janet arrived looking older than Eleanor remembered. Grief had clearly taken its toll. They ordered coffee in awkward silence before Janet finally spoke. "I'll be honest, Eleanor. When I heard your news, my first reaction was anger. It felt like a betrayal of Harold, of the life you had together, of the family you were part of." Eleanor nodded, listening without interrupting. "But I spent the last few days thinking about something, about what Harold would want. And I remembered something he said to me when he was sick, near the end. He said, 'The worst part about dying is leaving Eleanor alone. She deserves to be loved, to be happy. If something happens to me, I hope she finds that again.' At the time, I thought he was just being noble, saying what he thought he should say. But now I realize he meant it." Tears streamed down Janet's face. "Harold loved you so much that he wanted you to be happy, even if it meant loving someone else. And I've been so caught up in my own grief that I forgot that. I forgot that honoring my brother means honoring what he wanted for you." Eleanor reached across the table, taking Janet's hand. "Harold was the love of my life for 40 years. Nothing and no one can change that or diminish it. But he also taught me how to love, how to be open, how to embrace life fully. Thomas doesn't replace Harold. He's simply the next chapter, made possible by everything Harold gave me." "Tell me about him," Janet said, wiping her eyes. "Tell me about this man who's captured your heart." They talked for 2 hours. Eleanor shared how she'd met Thomas, what their relationship was like, how he'd helped her rediscover joy. Janet listened, asked questions, and gradually her expression softened from grief to something approaching acceptance. "I'd like to meet him," Janet said finally, "if that's all right with you." "I'd love that," Eleanor replied. "And Janet, thank you for being willing to listen, to try to understand. That means more to me than you know." As Eleanor drove home, she felt another weight lift. Not everyone would understand or approve, but those who truly loved her were coming around, seeing that her happiness didn't negate her past, but honored it. That evening, Eleanor and Thomas sat down to seriously discuss their future living arrangements. They spread out papers on Eleanor's dining table, property listings, floor plans, financial documents. "I've been thinking," Eleanor said. "Your house holds memories of Maria, and mine holds memories of Harold. What if instead of one of us moving into the other's space, we found somewhere new? A place that's ours together, with no ghosts, no memories to navigate." Thomas considered this. "I like that idea. A fresh start, symbolically and literally." They began looking at properties that weekend. Condos with less maintenance, smaller houses with character, even active adult communities that offered both independence and community. It was exciting, but also bittersweet. Eleanor was saying goodbye to the home where she'd raised her children, where she'd laughed and cried and built a life with Harold. "It's okay to grieve this," Thomas said. watching Eleanor walk through her house one evening, touching familiar objects lost in memory. Moving forward doesn't mean not honoring what came before. I know, Eleanor said, but it's still hard. This house holds so much of my life. Lily helped put things in perspective when she visited that week. Mom, the house is just walls and floors. The memories, the love, the life you built, that comes with you wherever you go. And honestly, I think it's healthy. This house has felt like a museum since Dad died. Maybe it's time for it to be a home for a new family while you create a new home with Thomas. Before we continue, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you ever had to let go of a meaningful place or object to embrace a new chapter? How did you handle that transition? Share your experience in the comments below. By early March, Eleanor and Thomas had found a place, a charming townhouse in a quiet neighborhood with enough space for hosting family, but not so much that maintenance would be overwhelming. It had a small garden that Eleanor could tend, a study where Thomas could pursue his writing hobby, and most importantly, it felt right. It felt like theirs. The process of selling their individual homes and preparing for the move was bittersweet but also energizing. Eleanor spent weekends sorting through decades of accumulated possessions, deciding what to keep, what to pass to her children, what to donate. She found herself having conversations with objects, Harold's favorite reading chair, the china they'd received as wedding gifts, photo albums spanning 40 years. Each item held memories, and letting go of them felt like releasing pieces of her past. You don't have to get rid of everything, Thomas assured her. Bring what matters. I want you to feel at home, and if that means surrounding yourself with reminders of the life you lived, I welcome that. I know, Eleanor said, running her hand over Harold's chair, but I also don't want to fill our new home with ghosts. I want to honor my past while making space for our future. In the end, she kept Harold's chair but had it reupholstered in a new fabric. She kept their wedding china but decided to use it regularly rather than saving it for special occasions. She selected her favorite photos but put them in new frames. Each choice was a deliberate act of integration, bringing her past with her while making space for something new. Thomas did the same with Maria's belongings. He kept her jewelry to pass to their daughter, selected meaningful photos, and donated the rest. The process was healing for both of them, a physical manifestation of their emotional journey. The wedding planning began in earnest. Neither Eleanor nor Thomas wanted a large, formal affair, but they also didn't want to elope. They decided on an intimate ceremony in late April, just before they'd move into their new home.
Small, Eleanor insisted, just family and close friends. I wanted to feel personal, meaningful, not like a production. They chose to hold the ceremony in a botanical garden that would be in full spring bloom. About 50 guests were invited, their children and grandchildren, Eleanor's sister Patricia, Thomas's brother, and their closest friends, including Margaret, who'd been championing their relationship from the start. Planning the wedding brought unexpected challenges. Eleanor found herself navigating questions she hadn't anticipated. Should she wear white? She chose champagne instead. Should her children walk her down the aisle, or would that feel too much like they were giving her away when she was perfectly capable of choosing for herself? They decided she'd walk down the aisle alone, meeting Thomas at the altar as equals. There were also the complicated logistics of blending families. Thomas had 3 grandchildren. Eleanor had 4. How would they integrate step-grandparent relationships? What would the grandchildren call them? We'll figure it out as we go, Thomas said pragmatically. There's no rule book for this. We'll let the relationships develop naturally. One evening in late March, Eleanor had all the grandchildren over for pizza and games, a chance for them to get to know each other before the wedding.
Initially shy, the children quickly warmed to each other, bonding over video games and shared interests. Eleanor watched Thomas interact with her grandchildren, patiently teaching her youngest grandson a card trick, listening attentively to her teenage granddaughter's drama about school, and felt her heart swell. This was her future, messy, complicated, full of love. Grandma, Emma, Thomas's granddaughter, asked shyly, "After you marry Grandpa Thomas, can I call you Grandma Eleanor?" Eleanor's eyes filled with tears. "I would be honored. And can I still talk about Grandma Maria? I don't want her to think I forgot her." Eleanor knelt down to the child's level. "Emma, loving me doesn't mean forgetting your Grandma Maria. She was special and important, and she'll always be part of your family. I'm just an addition, not a replacement. There's room in your heart for both of us." Emma hugged her tightly, and Eleanor felt Thomas's hand on her shoulder, squeezing gently. As the evening wound down and Thomas's family headed home, Lily pulled Eleanor aside. "You're going to be a wonderful step-grandmother and an even more wonderful wife again. I'm so proud of you, Mom." "Thank you, sweetheart, for everything, for supporting me, for welcoming Thomas, for helping me see that moving forward isn't betrayal, but courage." That night, alone in the house she'd soon be leaving, Eleanor sat in Harold's reupholstered chair and allowed herself to feel everything: grief for what she'd lost, gratitude for what she'd had, excitement for what was coming, and a deep, abiding peace that she was making the right choices. "I hope you're okay with all this, Harold. I hope you can see that Thomas makes me happy, that our children approve, that I'm still the Eleanor you loved, just evolved, changed, but not diminished." In the silence that followed, Eleanor felt no response, no sign, but she also felt no guilt or doubt. She was at peace with her choices, confident in her path forward. Her phone buzzed, a text from Thomas. "Missing you tonight. Can't wait until we don't have to sleep in separate houses. Only a few more weeks until you're my wife and we're home together." Eleanor smiled, texting back, "Me too. I love you." "I love you more," came the reply. "Impossible, but I'll let you think so." As she prepared for bed, Eleanor felt the full weight of the transition she was in, leaving behind one home and one chapter, stepping into another. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. But as she climbed into bed and turned off the light, Eleanor felt ready. Ready for the move, ready for the wedding, ready for whatever came next. She'd proven to herself that she was capable of extraordinary courage, of opening her heart after devastating loss, of choosing joy even when it scared her. And that knowledge, that she could be brave, that she could embrace life fully, was perhaps the greatest gift of all. April arrived with a burst of spring warmth, as though nature itself was celebrating Eleanor and Thomas's upcoming wedding. The trees exploded with fresh green leaves, flowers pushed through the earth in cheerful defiance of the long winter, and the air carried that particular sweetness that only comes with renewal. Eleanor spent the week before the wedding in a flurry of activity: final dress fittings, last-minute details for the ceremony, packing up her house for the move that would happen immediately after the honeymoon. Thomas had suggested they take a week away together, just the two of them, to celebrate and decompress before tackling the logistics of combining two households into one. "Where are we going?" Eleanor had asked repeatedly, but Thomas kept the destination a surprise. "Somewhere beautiful," was all he'd say. "Somewhere we can just be together without any distractions." The morning before the wedding, Eleanor woke early, her stomach fluttering with nerves and excitement. She'd arranged to spend the day with Lily, Patricia, and Margaret, a girls' day that felt both celebratory and grounding. They started with brunch at Eleanor's favorite restaurant, where mimosas flowed freely and laughter punctuated every conversation. Patricia, ever the irreverent one, raised her glass in a toast. "To my little sister," she said, "who's proven that you're never too old to surprise yourself, to take risks, or to fall gloriously in love. Eleanor, you've always been braver than you gave yourself credit for, and watching you embrace this new chapter has been one of the joys of my life. To Eleanor and Thomas, may they have many happy years together." "Hear, hear," Margaret added, "and may the rest of us learn from Eleanor's example. Life doesn't end at 60 or 70 or 80. It continues as long as we're brave enough to keep living it." After brunch, they went to the salon for manicures and pedicures, something Eleanor rarely indulged in, but that felt appropriate for such a special occasion. As she sat in the massage chair, warm water swirling around her feet, Eleanor felt the last of her nervousness dissolve. "Are you ready?" Lily asked, sitting in the chair beside her mother. "Really ready?" "I am," Eleanor said without hesitation. "I've never been more certain of anything." "Not even when you married Dad?" Lily asked, and she heard the vulnerability in her daughter's voice, the fear that this new love somehow diminished the old one. "That's different," Eleanor said carefully. "When I married your father, I was young, full of optimism and naivete. I thought love conquered all, that nothing bad could ever touch us. I was certain, but it was an untested certainty." She reached over, taking Lily's hand. "Now I'm certain with full knowledge of life's fragility. I know that love doesn't conquer all, that bad things happen, that loss is inevitable, and I'm choosing this anyway. That's a different kind of certainty, deeper, more resilient, more real." Lily squeezed her mother's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. "That's beautiful, Mom. And you're right, this isn't replacing Dad. It's honoring everything he taught you about love." That evening, following tradition, Eleanor and Thomas spent the night apart. Thomas stayed at his son Michael's house, while Eleanor remained in her nearly empty home, surrounded by packed boxes and memories. She walked through the rooms one last time, touching walls, remembering moments. The kitchen where she had taught her children to bake, the living room where they had celebrated countless holidays, the bedroom she had shared with Harold for 40 years. Each room whispered with ghosts, but they were friendly ghosts, warm memories that made her smile rather than cry. Her phone rang. Thomas, calling to say goodnight. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Nostalgic," Eleanor admitted, "but not sad. It's strange, I thought this last night in the house would be devastating, but mostly I just feel grateful. Grateful for the years I had here, grateful that I'm ready to leave, grateful for where I'm going."
"That's exactly the right spirit," Thomas said. "Eleanor, I want you to know, tomorrow when you walk down that aisle, you're not leaving anything behind. You're bringing your whole self, including all the love and life you've experienced. That's what I want. All of you. Everything that made you who you are." "I love you," Eleanor whispered. "I love you too. Sleep well, my almost wife. Tomorrow, we start forever." If you're feeling moved by Eleanor's journey to her second wedding, please take a moment to like this video and share it with someone who might need to hear this story. And don't forget to subscribe to Voices of Auntie Sephora for more stories that celebrate love's resilience. Eleanor woke on her wedding day to brilliant sunshine streaming through her window. She lay in bed for a moment, absorbing the significance of the day, before her thoughts were interrupted by Lily arriving with coffee and pastries. "Happy wedding day, Mom," Lily said, sitting on the edge of the bed. "How did you sleep?" "Better than I expected," Eleanor replied, accepting the coffee gratefully. "I feel peaceful, ready." The morning passed in a pleasant blur of preparation. Patricia arrived with the dress, a tea-length champagne lace gown that was elegant without being too formal.
Margaret came bearing flowers for Eleanor's hair. The photographer Thomas had hired arrived to capture the getting ready moments. When Eleanor slipped into her dress, she caught her reflection in the mirror and hardly recognized herself. Not because she looked different, but because she looked so alive. Her eyes sparkled, her cheeks were flushed with happiness, and there was a vibrancy about her that had been missing for so long. "You're beautiful, Mom," Lily said, tears streaming down her face. "Dad would be so proud of you." "I hope so. I really do." Mark arrived to drive them to the botanical garden, looking handsome in his suit and fighting his own tears. "Ready?" he asked. "Ready," Eleanor confirmed. The botanical garden was in full spring glory, tulips and daffodils blooming in brilliant colors, cherry blossoms creating clouds of pink, the air filled with the scent of new growth and possibility. About 50 guests were already seated, family and friends who'd supported Eleanor and Thomas through this journey. As the string quartet began playing, Eleanor took a deep breath. She'd chosen to walk down the aisle alone, but Lily and Mark walked on either side of her for the first few steps before taking their seats, a symbolic gesture of support without giving her away. The aisle seemed impossibly long, yet also too short. Eleanor wanted to savor every step, every moment of this transformation. And then she saw Thomas standing at the altar with tears in his eyes, looking at her like she was the most precious thing in the world. When she reached him, he took her hands, and Eleanor felt the rightness of this moment settle into her bones. The officiant, a friend of Thomas's who'd known both him and Maria, spoke beautifully about second chances, about the courage it takes to love again after loss, and about how love in later life carries a particular depth and appreciation. Eleanor and Thomas have both known great love and great loss. They understand that nothing is guaranteed, that time is precious, that each day together is a gift. This understanding doesn't make their commitment less, it makes it more. They're choosing each other with full knowledge of life's fragility, and that makes their promise both vulnerable and powerful. When it came time for vows, Thomas spoke first, his voice steady despite the tears on his cheeks. "Eleanor, when I met you 4 months ago, I thought my life was settled, my story mostly written. You showed me that was wrong. You reminded me that life continues to offer beauty, joy, and love if we're brave enough to accept it. You've made me believe in possibilities again. I promise to honor your past while building our future, to support your independence while offering partnership, to love you fully for all the days we have together."
Thomas, you saw me when I'd become invisible, even to myself. You reminded me that I was still Eleanor, not just a widow or a mother or a woman of a certain age, but a complete person worthy of love, attention, and joy. You've given me the courage to choose happiness, to embrace vulnerability, to believe that my story isn't over. I promise to bring my whole self to this marriage, including my past, my grief, my memories, while remaining fully present with you. I promise to keep growing, keep opening my heart, keep choosing love and life every single day. The ring exchange was simple but profound. Thomas's ring, a simple gold band, slipped onto his finger as Eleanor promised forever. Her ring, the sapphire engagement ring, would remain on her right hand, while a simple wedding band joined it on her left, felt both weightless and weighty with meaning. "By the power vested in me," the officiant said, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. Thomas, you may kiss your bride." The kiss was tender, reverent, and met with enthusiastic applause from their guests. As Eleanor and Thomas turned to face their family and friends as a married couple,
Eleanor felt a surge of pure joy. The reception was held in the garden's pavilion with a simple but elegant meal and plenty of time for conversation and celebration. Toasts were made, funny, touching, occasionally irreverent, and Eleanor found herself laughing till her sides hurt. But the most meaningful moment came during the parent-child dance. Traditionally, Eleanor would have danced with Mark, but they decided to do something different. Eleanor danced with both her children, then Thomas joined them, and soon Rachel and Michael were there too, all 5 of them, swaying together. A new family formed from the remnants of 2 old ones. "This is what family looks like now," Lily whispered to Eleanor. "All of us together. It's different, but it's beautiful." As the sun began to set, painting the garden in golden light, Eleanor and Thomas slipped away from the party for a private moment. They stood by a fountain, watching the water catch the last rays of sunlight. "We did it," Thomas said, pulling Eleanor close. "We're married." "We are," Eleanor replied, still marveling at the word, wife. She was someone's wife again, but it felt different this time. Chosen with full knowledge and awareness, embraced with both eyes open. "Are you happy?" Thomas asked. She looked up at him, at this man who'd changed everything, who'd reminded her that life still held surprises and joy. "I'm more than happy. I'm grateful. I'm hopeful. I'm alive." "Thank you for that, Thomas. Thank you for seeing me, for loving me, for giving me this second chance." "The privilege is mine," Thomas said, kissing her forehead. "Every moment with you is a gift." They returned to the reception hand in hand, ready to celebrate with their loved ones, to dance until their feet hurt, to begin this new chapter surrounded by support and love. As Eleanor took to the dance floor with Thomas for their first dance as a married couple, she caught Lily's eye across the room. Her daughter was crying happy tears, and Eleanor felt her own eyes fill in response. This was her life now, not a replacement for what came before, but in addition to it. She was Eleanor Mitchell now, but she'd always be Eleanor Hayes, too. She could honor Harold's memory while building a future with Thomas. She could be a widow and a wife, grieving and joyful, looking back with love while moving forward with hope. The song ended and their guests surrounded them with hugs, congratulations, and joy. Eleanor felt overwhelmed in the best way possible. By love, by support, by the beautiful complexity of a life well lived and still unfolding. The honeymoon destination Thomas had kept secret turned out to be a coastal cottage in Maine, secluded, charming, and overlooking the ocean. They arrived late in the evening after the wedding, exhausted but exhilarated, and fell into bed immediately, wrapped in each other's arms. Eleanor woke the next morning to the sound of waves and seagulls, Thomas's steady breathing beside her. She slipped out of bed carefully, wrapped herself in a robe, and stepped onto the small deck that overlooked the water. The morning was cool and misty, the ocean stretching endlessly before her, and Eleanor felt a profound sense of peace settle over her. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Thomas said, appearing behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist. "It's perfect," Eleanor replied, leaning back against him. "How did you know this was exactly what I needed?" "Because I needed it too. Time away from everything, time to just be together without any distractions or demands. Time to simply appreciate that we did it. We got married. We're building a life together. We chose love."
They spent the week in blissful isolation. They took long walks on the beach, collecting shells and watching the tide come in and out. They read books on the deck, occasionally reading passages aloud to each other. They cooked simple meals together, learning each other's kitchen habits and preferences. They made love slowly, tenderly, discovering the rhythms of intimacy that would sustain them through the years ahead. One afternoon, as they walked along the shore, Eleanor spotted a piece of sea glass, smooth, frosted, transformed by years of tumbling in the waves. "Look at this," she said, holding it up to the light. "It started as something sharp and broken, and the ocean transformed it into something beautiful." Thomas smiled, understanding the metaphor. "Like us. Life broke us both in different ways, but somehow we've been smoothed and transformed into something new. Eleanor pocketed the sea glass, planning to keep it as a reminder of this moment, this understanding. In the evenings, they sat by the fireplace and talked about their future, practical things like furniture arrangements and holiday traditions, but also deeper questions about what they wanted their marriage to look like. "I don't want us to lose ourselves," Eleanor said one night. "I've seen couples, especially later in life, who become so intertwined they forget who they are as individuals. I want to be married to you, but I also want to remain Eleanor." "I agree completely," Thomas said. "We should each maintain our own interests, our own friendships, our own space. Being married doesn't mean being joined at the hip. It means choosing to share our lives while respecting each other's autonomy." They discussed finances, making sure both felt comfortable with how they'd handle money. They talked about health concerns, agreeing to be honest about any issues that arose. They even discussed end-of-life wishes, uncomfortable but necessary conversations that their age made more pressing. "I want you to know," Eleanor said during one of these discussions, "that when my time comes, I want to be buried next to Harold. Not because I love you less, but because that's where my children expect me to be, and I don't want to create conflict or hurt." Thomas nodded without hesitation. "I understand completely, and I'll be buried next to Maria. These arrangements honor our first marriages without diminishing our second one. We can love each other fully while still acknowledging that we had complete lives before we met." These conversations, while heavy, brought them closer. They were planning their life together with eyes wide open, with honesty and realism that only came with age and experience. On their last night at the cottage, they bundled up and sat on the deck under a blanket watching stars emerge in the darkening sky. The ocean murmured its endless rhythm, and Eleanor felt more content than she had in years. "Thank you," she said softly, "for this week, for this marriage, for seeing me and loving me exactly as I am." "Thank you," Thomas replied, "for being brave enough to take a chance on love again, for showing me that our best years don't have to be behind us." They returned home to find their new townhouse unpacked and arranged, a gift from their children, who'd spent the week moving both households and setting everything up as a surprise. "We wanted you to come home to your new life, not to chaos and boxes," Lily explained, showing them around. "We made some decisions about where things went, but obviously you can rearrange however you want." Eleanor walked through the space, marveling at how thoughtfully her children and Thomas's family had blended their belongings. Harold's reupholstered chair sat in the reading nook. Maria's jewelry box was displayed on a shelf alongside Eleanor's photo albums. Old mixed with new, past with present, creating something that was entirely theirs. "It's perfect," Eleanor said, hugging her children. "Thank you for making this transition easier. If Eleanor's story has inspired you, please share it with someone who needs hope. And subscribe to Voices of Auntie Sephora. These stories remind us all that beautiful possibilities exist at every stage of life." The first few weeks in the new house brought adjustments and discoveries. They learned each other's morning routines. Thomas was an early riser who liked his coffee strong and his mornings quiet, while Eleanor preferred to ease into the day slowly. They discovered they both liked to cook, but had completely different styles, which led to some humorous kitchen negotiations. "You're very controlling about your kitchen space," Eleanor teased one evening as Thomas tried to reorganize her spice cabinet.
"And you're a culinary anarchist who doesn't believe in mise en place," Thomas countered, laughing. They compromised, dividing kitchen responsibilities and giving each other space to do things their own way. Their social lives expanded and blended. They hosted a dinner party combining both their friend groups, which started awkwardly but ended with everyone exchanging phone numbers and making plans. Margaret and Thomas's friend George hit it off immediately, much to everyone's amusement. "Are we matchmaking now?" Eleanor asked Thomas later. "Apparently," Thomas replied with a grin. "If it worked for us, why not share the joy?" Eleanor settled into a new routine that felt right. Morning walks with Thomas, volunteer work at the library twice a week, regular lunches with Margaret, Friday night dinners with the combined family, and quiet evenings at home reading or watching old movies. But the biggest adjustment came with the grandchildren. They now had 7 grandchildren between them, ranging in age from 6 to 16, and figuring out how to be present for all of them without playing favorites proved challenging. "We need a calendar system," Thomas said, after they'd accidentally double-booked themselves for 2 different grandchildren's events. They created a family calendar, made sure to attend important events for each child, and established traditions that included everyone: monthly pizza nights where all the grandchildren came over, summer camping trips, holiday celebrations that rotated between their children's homes. One Saturday afternoon, all 7 grandchildren were at their house for what had become known as Grandparent Day. The house was chaotic with games, laughter, and the particular energy that only children can bring. Eleanor watched Thomas help the younger ones build a blanket fort while the older kids played video games, and felt her heart swell. This was family now. Messy, complicated, blended, but full of love. "Grammy Eleanor," little Emma called, "can you tell us how you and Grandpa Thomas met? Mommy says it's romantic." Eleanor settled into the couch, surrounded by curious children, and began the story. "Well, I was taking a walk in the park one morning, feeling a bit lonely and thinking my adventure days were over." "But they weren't," Jake interrupted excitedly. "No, they weren't," Eleanor agreed, smiling at Thomas across the room. They were just beginning. She told them the story, age-appropriate of course, about seeing Thomas at the fountain, about being brave enough to meet him for coffee, about discovering that love could bloom even when you thought your heart was finished with such things. "So you can fall in love when you're old?" You can fall in love at any age. The heart doesn't have an expiration date. It just keeps growing, keeps expanding, keeps finding new ways to love. After the grandchildren left, Thomas found Eleanor sitting in Harold's old chair, looking pensive. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. "About how grateful I am. For all of it. For Harold, for the life we built, for our children, and for you, for this new chapter, for proving that endings can also be beginnings." "No regrets?"
"None," Eleanor said firmly. "I worried so much in the beginning, worried that I was betraying Harold, worried about what people would think, worried that I was too old for this kind of happiness. But now I see that all that worry was wasted energy. This is exactly where I'm supposed to be." Thomas pulled her up from the chair and into his arms. "Where we're supposed to be," he corrected. "Together." That night, as they prepared for bed, a domestic routine they'd perfected over the past weeks, Eleanor reflected on the journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago, she'd been a lonely widow convinced her best days were behind her. Now she was a newlywed, a step-grandmother, a woman who'd proven to herself that courage and love knew no age limits.
I love you, she said to Thomas as they climbed into bed. I love you too. Every day, more and more. As Eleanor drifted off to sleep, wrapped in her husband's arms, she felt completely at peace. Life had surprised her in the most beautiful way possible, and she'd been brave enough to embrace it. The road ahead would surely have challenges, health concerns, family complications, the inevitable losses that came with aging. But she wouldn't face them alone. She had Thomas, she had her family, and most importantly, she had herself. A woman who'd rediscovered her strength, her capacity for joy, and her courage to keep living fully, no matter what. Tomorrow would bring new adventures, new joys, perhaps new challenges. But tonight, Eleanor was simply grateful for second chances, for unexpected love, and for the beautiful truth that life at any age could still offer moments of profound happiness and connection. 6 months into their marriage, Eleanor woke on a crisp autumn morning, exactly 1 year since that fateful day she'd first seen Thomas at the fountain. The symmetry wasn't lost on her. 1 year ago, she'd been a woman going through the motions of life. Today, she was someone entirely transformed, not because Thomas had completed her, but because loving him had reminded her she'd been complete all along. She slipped out of bed carefully, not wanting to wake Thomas, and made her way to the kitchen. As coffee brewed, she stood at the window overlooking their small garden, watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The garden had been a joint project, Thomas's practical vegetable beds alongside Eleanor's whimsical flower patches, a perfect metaphor for their marriage. "You're up early," Thomas said, appearing behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist. "Just thinking," Eleanor replied, leaning back into his embrace, "about how much has changed in a year, how different my life looks now compared to what I thought it would be." "Good different?" Thomas asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "The best different," Eleanor confirmed. They'd settled into a comfortable rhythm, mornings like this, quiet and intimate, days filled with individual pursuits and shared activities, evenings spent together, talking, reading, simply being. It wasn't always perfect. They'd had their disagreements, their moments of frustration, their adjustments to each other's quirks and habits. But they'd navigated each challenge with communication, respect, and humor. "I have something to show you," Thomas said, pulling a small wrapped package from his robe pocket. A 1-year anniversary gift of sorts. Eleanor opened it to find a leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with a simple inscription, "Eleanor's second chapter." "I thought you might want to document this phase of your life. Your thoughts, your experiences, your reflections on love and life and second chances. Not for anyone else necessarily, but for yourself. And maybe someday for our grandchildren, so they can see that their grandmother was brave enough to keep living fully even when it was scary." Eleanor felt tears well up. "It's perfect. Thank you." That afternoon, Eleanor sat in the garden with her new journal and began to write. Not the whole story, that would take volumes, but her reflections on what this year had taught her. "I learned that grief and joy can coexist, that loving Thomas doesn't diminish what I had with Harold, but rather honors it by proving that love's capacity is infinite. I learned that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it. I learned that age truly is just a number, and that the heart doesn't care about calendars or societal expectations." She paused, thinking about all the people who'd supported her journey. Lily and Mark, who'd given their blessing and embraced Thomas's family. Patricia, who championed her sister's bravery. Margaret, who'd been there from the first awkward encounter at the cafe. Even Mrs. Pemberton, who'd eventually apologized and confessed that Eleanor's courage had inspired her to join a seniors dating group. I learned that we inspire others simply by living authentically, that choosing happiness isn't selfish, it's revolutionary, that showing the world you're not done living can give others permission to do the same. Later that week, Eleanor received an unexpected phone call. It was Susan from the community center, the woman who'd organized the Valentine's Day event, where Eleanor and Thomas had shared their story.
Eleanor, I hope this isn't too forward, but I wanted to ask if you'd consider doing something. The response to your talk was so overwhelming that we've had dozens of people asking for more. Would you be willing to lead a monthly discussion group for seniors about love, relationships, and life transitions? Eleanor's first instinct was to decline. Public speaking still made her nervous, and the idea of positioning herself as some kind of expert felt presumptuous. But then she thought about the woman who'd approached her after that first talk, the one who'd said Eleanor's story had given her hope. What if she could do that for more people? "I'll do it," Eleanor said, "but only if Thomas co-leads with me. This isn't just my story, it's ours." Thomas agreed immediately, and within a month, they were facilitating a group of about 20 seniors who met monthly to discuss topics ranging from dating after loss, to blending families, to maintaining intimacy in later life. The conversations were honest, sometimes raw, but always supportive. One woman in her 70s shared that she'd been widowed for 15 years and had convinced herself she was too old and set in her ways to date. But hearing your story made me realize I've been using age as an excuse for fear. I'm not too old. I'm just scared. Fear is valid, Eleanor told her gently, but don't let it steal your remaining years. I was terrified too, terrified of betraying Harold's memory, terrified of being judged, terrified of getting hurt. But I chose to be brave anyway, and it changed everything. A widower named George, the same George who'd connected with Margaret at that first dinner party, spoke about the guilt he felt even thinking about dating. "It feels disloyal to my wife's memory." Thomas responded to this one. "I struggled with that too, but then I realized that Maria loved me enough to want me to be happy, even if that meant loving someone else. Honoring her memory doesn't mean spending the rest of my life alone. It means carrying forward the capacity for love that our marriage nurtured." These conversations were healing, not just for the participants, but for Eleanor and Thomas too. Each session reminded them how lucky they were, how brave they'd been, and how their story mattered. Before we close Eleanor's story, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining this journey. If Eleanor's courage has inspired you, please share this story far and wide. Subscribe to Voices of Ani Sephora and turn on notifications, because stories like these remind us all that it's never too late to open our hearts, to choose joy, and to embrace the beautiful possibilities that life continues to offer. As autumn deepened and the one-year anniversary of their first meeting approached, Eleanor and Thomas decided to return to the park, to the fountain where it had all begun. They walked hand in hand through the familiar paths, the leaves crunching beneath their feet, the air crisp with the promise of winter. When they reached the fountain, they stood for a moment in silence, each lost in their own memories of that first encounter. If I could go back and tell that lonely widow standing here a year ago what was about to happen, I don't think she'd believe me. She'd think it was too good to be true, too unlikely, too much to hope for. And yet here we are, Thomas said, pulling her close, living proof that it's not too good to be true, that love can happen twice, that life continues to offer surprises, that courage is always rewarded. An elderly woman walking past paused, watching them with a wistful expression. Eleanor recognized that look. It was the same one she'd worn a year ago, the longing mixed with resignation. "Excuse me," Eleanor said impulsively. "I hope this doesn't sound strange, but a year ago, I stood at this fountain convinced my life was essentially over, that anything exciting or meaningful was behind me. And then I met this wonderful man, and everything changed." The woman's eyes filled with tears. I lost my husband 2 years ago. I've been so lonely, but I thought, well,
I thought I was too old for anything to change." "You're not," Thomas said gently. "None of us are, as long as we're still breathing. Stay open, stay present. You never know what might happen." The woman nodded, thanked them with a trembling smile, and continued on her way. Eleanor watched her go, hoping she'd planted a seed of possibility. "We're passing it on," Thomas observed. "The hope, the courage, the belief that it's not too late. That's our legacy. Not just our love story, but what it represents. That life continues to offer beauty and connection and joy if we're brave enough to accept it."
They walked home as the sun began to set, painting the world in gold and amber. Their townhouse came into view, lights warm in the windows, and Eleanor felt a surge of pure contentment. This was home now, not just the physical space, but the life they'd built together, the family they'd blended, the community they'd created. That evening, surrounded by both their families for a celebration dinner, Eleanor looked around the table at the faces she loved. Her children and Thomas's, the grandchildren chattering and laughing, Patricia entertaining everyone with an outrageous story, Margaret and George exchanging knowing glances. This was her life now, full, complicated, rich with love. "I'd like to make a toast," Mark said, standing with his wine glass, "to Mom and Thomas. A year ago, we watched you take the bravest leap, choosing love when it would have been easier to stay safe, choosing vulnerability when you'd already been hurt, choosing joy when grief would have been more comfortable. Thank you for showing us that it's never too late to begin again, to be brave, to choose happiness. You've inspired all of us." As everyone raised their glasses, Eleanor felt Thomas squeeze her hand under the table. She squeezed back, their own private acknowledgement of the journey they traveled together. Later that night, in the quiet of their bedroom, Eleanor pulled out her journal and made one final entry. "Today marks 1 year since I met Thomas. 1 year since my life transformed from black and white into vibrant color. If I could speak to my younger self, to the 27-year-old bride marrying Harold, I would tell her, yes, you will know profound loss. Yes, your heart will break. Yes, there will be years of loneliness and grief. But you will survive. More than that, you will discover strength you didn't know you possessed. And when you're 67 and convinced your story is over, life will surprise you one more time. You will fall in love again, deeper, richer, more aware of how precious and fragile it all is. You will choose courage over comfort, and you will discover that the heart's capacity for love is truly infinite. To anyone reading this, it's never too late. Never too late to take a chance, to open your heart, to choose joy, to embrace the beautiful uncertainty of life. Age is just a number. Love has no expiration date. And courage, real courage, is choosing to live fully, no matter how many years you've already lived or how few may remain. I am Eleanor Mitchell, formerly Eleanor Hayes. I am 68 years old. I am a widow, a wife, a mother, a stepmother, a grandmother. I am a woman who loved deeply, lost profoundly, and was brave enough to love again. And if I can do it, so can you. Choose love. Choose life. Choose courage. The heart is always ready for one more chapter, one more adventure, one more beautiful surprise. Eleanor closed the journal and looked over at Thomas, already asleep, his face peaceful in the dim light. She felt a wave of gratitude so powerful it brought tears to her eyes. Gratitude for Harold, who taught her how to love. Gratitude for Thomas, who reminded her she could still love. Gratitude for her children, who'd supported her journey. And gratitude for herself, for being brave enough to say yes
when life offered her an unexpected gift. She turned off the light and snuggled close to Thomas, who instinctively wrapped his arm around her even in sleep. As Eleanor drifted off, her last thought was simple but profound. Life is extraordinary. Love is infinite. And it's never, ever too late. Thank you for joining Eleanor on this beautiful journey of love, loss, courage, and second chances. If her story touched your heart, please share it with someone who needs to hear that it's never too late for happiness. Subscribe to Voices of Auntie Sephora for more stories that celebrate the resilience of the human heart and the endless possibilities life offers at every age. Remember, your story isn't over. The best chapters might still be ahead. Stay open, stay brave, and never stop believing in the magic of new beginnings. Until next time, keep your hearts open and your spirits alive.